Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will be calling your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Santos.
Hi, I'm here.
Chair Visante is present. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Councillor Medeiros.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Councillor Fortini.
Present.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Chair, all 10 members are present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members of committee, our next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. And first up, I have Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Chair. I would just like to add to the agenda a delegation from Randy Nelson, pastor in Brampton.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what's the subject of the delegation?
I believe he wants to discuss Christian Heritage Month.
Mr. Chair, that would be proposed delegation 7.5.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to add my first item, and Clerk, you can advise me on if this is in camera. It's regarding assistance access to closed session.
So, Mr. Chair and Councillor Medeiros, there is a. So sorry, you're asking to have a conversation on access for the councillor's office assistance as a public discussion item or as a closed discussion item?
Again, maybe when I go offline, I can have the lawyer contact me, or I'll call him, and I'll just ensure if it's in camera or in public.
Because okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So a general conversation about that could be a public conversation.
Okay, yeah, and essentially what it is that we have the chief of staff to the mayor has access to in-camera meetings, and I would like to discuss the possibility of our assistants having the same access to in-camera.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd say at this point, let's add it as a public session item. If I recall, I'd have to do some research. There was a council resolution at the start of this term regarding this matter, and I will try to find that to provide some
okay, if we can keep it as a placeholder then. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Clerk. The second one I'd like to add is a discussion around appointing a new chair and vice chair to legislative services. As we have a new area of business, and if we can get feedback in terms of adding it to the Committee of Council agenda, and I'd like to put forth a discussion around the chair and a vice chair being appointed.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand there is a report being worked on standing committee structure in light of the new organizational structure, and that would be tracking right now for the next Governance and Council Operations Committee.
Sure.
Which right now is scheduled for March, but I believe there was a request to have an additional meeting of that committee probably in January through consultation with the chair.
Sure, and we'll discuss it at the time if that's okay. And just my third one would be under corporate services, long-term financial plan. So discussion around our long-term financial plan.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, so at this point, Councilor Medeiros, I think you have two items that you're adding. One is on access to closed session materials from council office staff. That would be under corporate services section. I think you acknowledged the second item with respect to a chair for a legislative services section to be created for Committee of Council. That would be a matter that would go to the Governance Committee. And then the third
Okay.
item is on the long-term financial plan, and that would be under corporate services as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Clerk, what are those item numbers?
Mr. Chair, just bear with me for a minute and I'll get those for you.
Okay, but perhaps you can provide us a summary while we go to our next speaker. I have Councillor Fortini.
Yes, thank you. I noticed that there's 14.2, it's in camera. I want to keep it out in the open. We have discussed this every time out in the open, and I like to keep it out in the open.
Councillor, are you asking for us to take an in-camera item and have it brought into open session?
Absolutely. We've always talked about out in the open, so I believe it should stay out in the open.
I'll look to the clerk for guidance.
14.3.
Through you, Mr. Chair, 14.3 was a discussion that originated at the Governance Committee. It's a discussion that staff are initiating to have a closed session conversation, which is a permitted item under the Municipal Act open meeting exceptions regarding the council office staff and how things are going within the first year of implementation, any particular changes, and that may have implications for employee negotiations. That's why it was identified in closed session. As well, I believe Councillor Medeiros had identified at the Governance Committee meeting last week about a possible conversation regarding benefits regarding council office staff, and that was going to be part of that conversation as well. So the advice at this point still remains to have that conversation in closed session. It's a conversation that may lead to some direction provided by committee to staff to proceed in certain areas.
Okay, I get it, Peter. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. I have Councillor Santos.
No, that's not me. I'm not requesting to speak. I was just correcting the in-camera item.
Thank you, Councillor. So I see no further speakers on my board. We have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to approve the agenda as amended. But before we take that vote, Mr. Clerk, can you please provide a summary?
So, Mr. Chair, there is an added delegation request from Councillor Williams. It would be identified as 7.5 from Randy Nielsen regarding Christian Heritage Month. There is an added new business item identified as 9.3.1 from Councillor Medeiros under the Corporate Services section regarding access to closed session materials by council office staff. And then there's another open session new business item identified as 9.3.2, again from Councillor Medeiros, regarding the long-term financial master plan.
Thank you. So members of the committee, instead of seeking a recorded vote for this item, I'll ask if there is anyone opposed to the motion. Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well with a few precautions and limitations. In-person attendance at this meeting is very limited. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways by watching this video online. You can register with the City Clerk's office as a delegate to participate in the meeting. You can also register to attend in person by reaching out to the Clerk's office, or you can submit a question to the City Clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15 minutes public question period. Also continue to follow advisories on www.brampton.ca, which includes information on the city's response as well as links to other important sources of information regarding the region of Peel, public health, the province of Ontario, and the government of Canada. So our next item, forgive me, members. Our next item is declarations of conflict of interest. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? I see Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. In an abundance of caution, I would like to declare conflict on items 8.2.2, 8.2.3, and 8.2.4, as my son does graphic works for some of the organizations that may be on these lists.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that all?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The clerk will so note for the minutes. Our next item is item 4, the consent motion. The items listed with a caret on the agenda are considered to be routine and non-controversial. The consent motion is to adopt these matters on today's agenda without the need for a separate discussion on the items unless a member requests a separate discussion. Does any member wish to add an item or to remove an item from the consent motion today? I have Councillor Whillans.
Yes, through you, Chair, I would like to move a closed session item into consent 14.2.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I can't have 14.2 go into consent.
So that will remain. Any other items, Councillor Whillans?
Sorry,
Nope,
sorry,
I'm
Mr.
good,
Chair.
thanks.
What's 14.2 about? Sorry? To close?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, item 14.2 is a closed session item, and it is in regard to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Okay, thank you.
And that will remain on the agenda for today. So Councillor Santos next.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a few things to put into consent. 8.2.2, 8.2.3, 9.2.1, 9.2.2, 9.2.6, 9.2.7, 9.2.8, 11.2.1, and 11.2.3. Those are from corporate services as well as from community services where, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor. Next, I have Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh speaking to the consent agenda.
Yep, I'm gonna suggest actually a 10.2.6 and 10.2.7, which is stop signs, and 10.2.8 if they're okay.
Okay, great. I see Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put 14.1 from closed session into consent, please, as long as there's no objections.
Okay, thank you. Very good. So I see no further speakers to the consent agenda.
Mr.
I have
Chair?
a motion. Yes,
Mr. Chair, so because Councillor Bowman has declared a conflict on two of the items that are proposed to be added to consent, Councillor Bowman should step away for this vote. And then after consent, assuming it carries, there is a public motion regarding closed session item 14.1 that committee will need to deal with after the consent motion.
very good. Do we deal with those items now?
We can deal with 14.1 after the consent motion carries. There'll be a public motion arising from that, but Councillor Bowman can step away as the consent motion is
That's fine.
placed.
Okay, very good. So members of the committee, I have a motion moved by Councillor Whillans.
Councillor Vicente,
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
can we just take a quick sec? Because there's a whole bunch of the agenda items, and I was trying to catch up as we go. Can we just take a second just so I can take a look at which ones they are?
Very well, very well. So I'll ask the clerk to just summarize the items which were added or removed from the consent motion. Mr. Clerk, if you may.
So, members of committee, Councillor Santos has proposed to add the following: 8.2.2, which is a staff report on COVID-19 relief fund for artists and art organizations update. 8.2.3, a staff report regarding the 2021 sports tourism hosting fund.
It's very important.
If you could just mute your microphone, Councillor. Continue, Mr. Clerk.
Item 9.2.1, a staff report regarding the annual public sector network PSN update. Item 9.2.2,
Mr. Clerk, just hold on. If any member has their microphone open, can you please mute it? Thank you. Continue.
9.2.2, a staff report regarding revenue-generating bridge messaging opportunities, CN Rail Bridge digital messaging boards. 9.2.6, staff report regarding request to begin procurement, Asset Works, Fleet Focus, Fleet Management Solution for Transit, Fire and Emergency Services, and Public Works and Engineering Fleet Management. 9.2.7, a staff report regarding business licensing fees information update. 9.2.8, a staff report regarding an amendment to the business licensing bylaw to license payday loan businesses, additional existing location. Item 11.2.1, which is a staff report regarding acquisition of Central Public School for educational and economic development advancement. Item 11.2.3, a staff report regarding request to begin procurement for replacement of onboard cameras and video recorders on Brampton Transit buses. Councillor Singh has requested the following items to be added to consent. 10.2.6, which is a staff report regarding the alternate process for consideration of all-way stop signs in Ward 10. 10.2.7, a staff report regarding all-way stop review, Gentry Way and Windview Street in Ward 10. And 10.2.8, a staff report regarding parking-related concerns at Bramwin Court in Ward 8 and Conservation Drive in Ward 2. And finally, Councillor Bowman has proposed to add to the consent motion closed session item 14.1, which is an open meeting exception under section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And those are the items proposed for consent.
Thank you,
Along with
Mr.
the other
Clerk.
items identified on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon, do you have any further questions?
No, thanks for the summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the consent motion.
Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Sorry.
Any
I just see,
opposed?
my apologies. In the chat, Councillor Paleshi, I think you just chatted with myself, but you've asked that not item 10.2.8 to be added to consent. Is that correct?
So we
Councillor?
are, Councillor Paleshi.
Yes, my apologies. It was on private chat with Peter. 10.2.8, if we could leave that out. Or I don't know if you want to split it, put Bramwood Court into consent, but I guess we can't do that. So just leave it out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm okay with leaving it out. I got mixed up. I want to leave that out. Thank you.
Clerk, do you have that?
Yes, 10.2.8 is not added to the consent motion.
Very good. So members of committee, I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the consent motion. All in favor or any opposed? And that carries. Thank you. So next, our next item is...
So, Mr. Chair, just before we go to the next item, that we do have a public motion arising from 14.1, which was added to consent. And Charlotte, if we'll bring that up on the screen momentarily. It should be the first one. Yeah, right there. So arising from closed session, this is a public motion for consideration by the committee regarding item 14.1, approved as part of the consent motion.
Thank you. So members of committee, this is an in-camera item that we are approving now. Is anyone opposed? Mr. Clerk, does someone need to move that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I'll have that moved by Councillor Paleshi. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. So thank you. So next item is item 6.1, Government Relation Matters. Blaine Lucas is here with a presentation for Committee on Government Relation Matters. Good morning. Welcome, Blaine.
Go ahead, Blaine.
All righty. So thank you, and through the chair, I'll begin with an update on the regional matters this week. So if we can just move forward to the next slide, please. And the regional council meeting that will be taking place on December 3rd. Staff from the public affairs team have reviewed the regional council agenda for any comments or recommendations. We've also circulated a number of items internally for staff in order to maintain situational awareness. Just wanted to highlight item 13.4 and let council know that Peel Region has deferred the capital budget presentations to January 28th, 2021. If we could move forward now to the next slide, it'd be great. Thank you. All right, first I would like to bring to your attention item 11.1, the update on the Brampton Food Bank's data project. Food scarcity has been another chronic issue council continues to address, and one that is only being amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff from the Brampton Emergency Management Office continues to be the lead for the organization and working closely with the region to develop various initiatives. Staff from the Emergency Management Office are supportive in terms of the direction the region is going. And as members of council would be familiar, the city's COVID-19 Social Support Task Force continues to find ways to support food banks and meal programs. We could, if we could move forward onto the next slide, please. Next is item 13.2, the 2020 Triannual Financial Performance Report, August 31st, 2020. The report is a reoccurring item and touches on where the region is in terms of capital projects and an update on COVID-19 related costs and pressures. Staff from the City of Brampton Finance team have reviewed the report and identified no concerns. City staff noted the difference between the COVID-19 related deficits between the city and the region. And as you are aware, during the City of Brampton budget process, what COVID-19 cost pressures were experienced by our municipality. City staff have applied for funding through the phase 2 of the restart agreement and are hoping to learn of that outcome of that process in the next few weeks. If we could move forth to the next slide, that would be excellent. Alrighty. So last week at Regional Council, a motion was passed that would affect the composition, and as a result, the City of Brampton gained 2 additional seats. As you recall, a discussion took place last week at City Council. A full motion has been added to the revised regional agenda which is available online. There is a legislative process that is required to take place, including a public meeting on the proposed changes and the passage of a bylaw requiring a triple majority. There was no clear dates on the regional agenda, but it's our expectation that it'll be reviewed over the next 30 days, and it may be extended due to the pending holiday season. The due date is that it needs to be ratified on or before December 31st, 2021. Alrighty, moving forward to our provincial government updates. There's been many updates from the province. However, I will defer to Mayor Brown in his update regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and the continued advocacy for small business in Brampton, who have been significantly impacted by the pandemic and by the regional appeal being placed in the gray lockdown. From a legislative perspective, we continue to monitor various pieces of legislation as they work their way through Queen's Park. The budget bill is currently in the Standing Committee of Economic and Financial Affairs. Economic development is there to highlight key concerns for small business. And, excuse me, and Gurdeep Kaur from the Corporate Policy, Projects and Liaison team will also be present to highlight proposed changes to the Conservation Authority. So I believe Claire Bennett and Gurdeep Kaur will be attending the committee this afternoon on or about 1400 hours. We'll provide an update to those changes as the weeks move forward. One piece I just wanted to advise council on is with reference to Bill 236. It did pass the 3rd reading yesterday, and it is pending royal assent. And that is associated with the delivery fees for in support of restaurants experiencing difficulties during COVID-19. So if we could forward on to the next slide for the federal update. Perfect. I'd like to close off with a brief update about the fall economic statement that was delivered by the Minister of Finance on Monday. We've prepared a summary that will be distributed to members of council by the end of business today. Given the fall economic statement proposes new funding initiatives, public affairs staff will continue to monitor its rollout and update council on relevant departments as appropriate. I just want to note one revision to our slide is in reference to the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. The dates were started on September 27th, 2020 and have been extended to June 21st, 2021. So I apologize for that, that typo in the presentation. So information contained in the statement So basically, moving forward, information contained in the statement will inform the city's 2021 advocacy plan and ongoing engagement with the federal government, local MPs, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So that concludes our summary for today. If there's any questions from members of council, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Blaine, for that update. Do any members have any questions? And I do see some. I see Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Paul. Regarding the item at Peel Region, in terms of our composition, so I don't know if this needs to be direction, clerk, you can please advise. So there is a component of a 30-day public comment where residents of Brampton can come forward and provide and delegate or provide their opinion or so on. Can we sure we get this information communicated to Brampton residents, and I'll leave it to staff on what's the best approach. I guess this would have to be a coordination between, I guess, the intergovernmental folks with our communication folks to ensure timelines and how we get this out. Is this direction required, Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say yes, if that's the direction of the committee in the form of a motion. I'm not aware of anything legislatively that talks about a 30-day commenting period. So,
well, there is a 30-day. I believe there's where residents can come forward and provide any comment regarding before it gets adopted. So can you sort of Peter, what is that 30-day then required for?
through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any specific 30-day. I do know that a change to the regional council composition requires a public meeting, and presuming following their public meeting requirements, I'm not sure how long they have to give public notice for, but public notice would feed through the regional public meeting to inform the regional council decision on passing a bylaw to change the composition.
So I'd like to move a motion then that direct communication staff to work with intergovernmental folks to be able to ensure that we promote the day of the public meeting regarding this item.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think that would be an excellent recommendation, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Anything further?
No, thank you.
I see no further questions with regards to the GR updates. So Councillor Medeiros has moved a motion and the clerk is just putting it up on the screen. And so, Mr. Clerk, just advises when you have it.
Yes, just momentarily. Charlotte's just typing it out now.
Do any members have any questions or comments on the motion?
And Charlotte, I think you can say in regard to the region appeal public meeting regarding council composition.
Thank you. For clarity, members of committee, we have a motion on the screen in regards to the regional composition with instruction for staff. And we will also have a motion which we will deal with separately to receive the government relations presentation. Okay, so we'll first deal with the motion moved by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries, Mr. Clerk. And for the GR presentation, I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros as well to receive the presentation. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Members of committee, I think we'll just change the order around because I believe Mayor Brown has just stepped out to do a media presentation. So if we can, we'd like to move on to item 7.17, which is public delegations. And we have item 7.1, a delegation by Kathy Murphy, the Vice President, Public Affairs and Communications of Coke Canada, regarding a Coke Canada 2020 update. Welcome, Kathy. And if I may ask committee for additional time for Kathy to present her information. Can I have a motion?
Just happy to move.
Okay, Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams has moved for additional time. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And it's dangerous to give me more time. I don't know if anyone has had a chance to flip through the deck that we put together, but if you can go to slide 2, I wanted to just start for a moment to make sure that the council was aware of our new company. So if you can go to slide 3, your award-winning Advanced Manufacturer is actually a very new company. Just a little over 2 years ago, 2 family businesses got together and bought the bottling operations for Coca-Cola in Canada. And the families involved were the Tannenbaum family. So those of you who know or have heard of Mr. Tannenbaum, Larry Tannenbaum, who of course helps chair MLSE. That was one family. And the other family is the Bridgman family. Junior Bridgman is a former NBA player. He owns a bunch of businesses in the US, including a Coca-Cola bottler in the US. So we are now an independent family-owned business. And I wanted to just start there because I think the lens that you're going to hear me speak about in terms of safety is grounded in that. When our owners, you can see a picture of them right there on the top left, bought this business, they committed to safety being our top priority. And so for the last 2 years, even prior to the COVID pandemic, our culture has embedded safety in everything we do. And I think starting with the culture, it helped us be as prepared as we have been for dealing with the uncertainties that the last 9 months have brought us. If you can go to the next slide. I wanted to just advance one more for me, please. Thanks. Just take a second, because I wasn't sure if everyone really understood what we did in Brampton. So we're an integrated facility. It's the largest in the Coke Canada bottling network. We manufacture in Brampton, so hopefully you've all enjoyed a Coca-Cola product so far this morning. I know it's a little early, but hopefully you've all enjoyed a Coca-Cola product. And if you have, that Coca-Cola product was actually made in Brampton. So we manufacture in the facility. We have a distribution center in the facility, and you can see the bottom bullet point there speaks to the breadth of the distribution. The products made in Brampton go far beyond that distribution, but I wanted to let you know that our distribution center actually owns territory here. We have a warehouse, we have a call center, and we have a sales organization. So all of those different aspects of our business are housed at our Brampton facility. Can you advance another slide there for me too? And we are Brampton's local bottler. And when we think about our presence in the community, we've focused on 4 different pillars. One is our economic contribution, and I'm sure you guys can all read for yourselves, although the copy looks very small on my slide, but you can see that we're a significant contributor in the local economy. Our people are the DNA of our organization. We have 1,300 employees, a mix of hourly and salaried. You can see the breakdown for the different parts of our business and where those employees are allocated. We have 400 of our employees who actually reside in Brampton. Frankly, I was surprised with that number being as low as it is, and I feel like there's an opportunity for us to work together on that. We partner with Unifor Local 973 as our union. And again, when we get into the safety processes and protocols, that'll become very relevant. You can be very proud of all of the actions that our organization has taken in terms of sustainability. The footprint that we leave is one that we take very seriously, and certainly given our packaging is core to the circular economy, something that is embedded into our organization. So those are some tips there on sustainability that you can find some initiatives we've done. And then on the 4th pillar, I wanted to highlight a number of things that we do in the community. And the first 3 are actually quite relevant to the previous presentation. Out of our Brampton team, we launched a Love Your Local campaign where we worked with our local customers to help drive interest and awareness in their businesses. And we're about to announce something else related to that in the coming weeks that you'll hear more about. We have a good partnership with Sheridan, and we have done a few initiatives with them this year. We launched a POS Shield program for local customers where we provided them with POS shields right off the start. And then we also worked with Food Banks Canada to produce face shields that would complement face masks. Obviously, food banks, including Knight's Table, which we have a long-standing relationship with, are having a really difficult time getting volunteers in. And these face shields were seen as something that would supplement what they're already doing and make it more favorable for volunteers to come into their organizations. Last thing is active in the Brampton Board of Trade, and actually have been mindful about increasing our participation over the last couple of years. And we recently launched a partnership with Brothers Big Sisters around career mentorship, which we will be doing a focused effort in the local affiliate with. So quite active in the community because we believe in the power of local. We understand that we have a responsibility and accountability to be agents of good in the Brampton community, and we are highly committed to do so. Next slide, please. So here's a highlight of the different products and profiles we make. You guys can read it later in the deck. I know you would all be eager to support Made in Brampton products, so I thought I'd throw that in. If you can advance one more slide, that would be great. And this starts the focus of the conversation, which I know is really why I was asked to come present today. You know, and I talked about safety being critical to our culture. We have a safety mandate, and these words are what have guided us through the last 9 months. And I wanted to put it out there because I know certainly I've been reading the news and I understand the challenges that City of Brampton is facing right now with COVID, and how many of the local businesses aren't having the same success we are with our safety initiatives. So, you know, understanding that we actually defined a mandate and put that mandate out there as our North Star as we waited through the last 9 months is something I wanted to be clear about. You know, we're an essential service, and our goal from day one was to continue to be operational so that we could actually ensure that we were delivering products to the critical infrastructure that Canada enabled throughout the pandemic, and ensuring that we could continue to make, distribute, and merchandise those products. We had to go back and ensure that we were putting the safety of our team first. If you can advance this slide. So I talked about culture, and here's communication, but one of our principles was to take guidance from public health. We work very closely and pay a lot of attention to what the public health experts municipally, provincially, and federally say. In some cases, we've been able to advance them in terms of protocols. Example, we actually made masks mandatory before it became mandatory. But in terms of the communication, we look to public health. This is an example of a poster that is up in our facility. Again, we have a mix of hourly workers coming in right now. Our salaried workers, just to be clear, have been work from home from the beginning. We have done our best to put a protective bubble around our facilities to ensure we can manufacture, distribute, and merchandise. Here is an example of a communication. You'll see at the bottom too, from day one, we've been a big promoter of the federal government's COVID Alert app, implemented it across the organization, and asked employees to voluntarily download the COVID Alert app onto their personal devices. This is an example of what it is that we've done to help create that culture using communications. If you can go to the next slide. So when we have implemented all of the measures on the next couple of pages, I want to also say that we've taken a top-down, bottom-up approach, which means we provide tools to the local supervisors in the facility, and then those supervisors, through education and awareness, become champions for these initiatives. That is how we've been most effective. It's the person who that hourly worker interacts with every day that needs to become a champion for the importance of the measures. One of our things is we've really dug deep and asked our employees to understand that they all play a role in keeping each other safe, and that by keeping each other safe, they're helping to keep our business safe. And we've really leaned into that as a message, and it's something that has resonated very well with our employee population. So we've asked them, and they have absolutely embraced the opportunity to say they understand that they have a role in not just keeping themselves safe, keeping their colleagues safe, and that by doing so, they're going to help ensure that they maintain employment and we maintain our operations. Here are a number of the initiatives that we've obviously put in place. Hand hygiene, reinforcing the protocols that we already have. But we did add more hand sanitizers, including in our vehicles. Cleaning and disinfecting, we've really focused on our most frequently touched surfaces, and that includes our vehicles. And on our frontline employees and our field associates have been provided with materials so that they can keep their own vehicles clean. Physical distancing has been paramount. We've actually put markers on the floors of our facilities where people can stand. You can imagine, as a manufacturing and warehousing organization, that was really tricky at the beginning, but we pivoted super fast and we were able to implement it. We have canceled all business travel. We've implemented new digital tools so that our folks who speak with customers are able to do so. We instituted flexible work from home policies. We instituted self-isolation policies for anyone who traveled outside of Canada. And then our merchandising team members, you might see them out at your favorite local retailer, obviously are wearing t-shirts that promote the importance of physical distancing.
And Kathy, if I could just ask you to begin to wrap up.
Yeah, for sure. So next slide. Here are the remaining pieces. I talked about masks making mandatory. We've asked that anyone who's unwell is staying home. We've implemented a daily close contact. We've implemented a close contact questionnaire, and we've mandated a daily COVID app so that everyone has to check in the COVID app before they can actually start their day. And the last thing I wanted to touch on, because I thought it might be a question, is just how we've dealt with sick days. So we are a significant hourly population in the city of Brampton. Sick days are covered in our collective bargaining agreements with Unifor. Each employee gets 48 hours of sick day a year. We are asking employees, if they're sick, they cannot come into work. They're asked to stay home. If they use up their sick days, government assistance is available for those who miss more than half of their work week without pay. And if there are ongoing issues, including those related to COVID-19, we move the employees to STD, short-term disability. We've extended coverage of short-term disability and long-term disability to temporary and seasonal employees to ensure that everybody has the coverage that they need. Last but not least, last slide, it's our 20th anniversary in the city of Brampton next year. We have been very focused on ensuring that our employees have mental health supports. We have offered a 28-hour employee assistance program that's been critical, highly used. We've seen different topics change in the year, and we're committed to really focusing on that as we go into our 20th year in the city of Brampton. Okay.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I have a number of people on to ask some questions or make comments. I'll begin first with Councillor Medeiros.
Oh, hi, Councillor Medeiros.
How you doing? Thank you very much. And just for my colleagues' information, Councillor Bowman and myself attended, I don't know if it was a press conference or it was at Knight's Table. And it really speaks to the work and the leadership that Coke has shown in the city of Brampton, specifically around the work with the Advanced Manufacturing Design Technologies, where they created and distributed protective countertop shields to small local businesses in Brampton, the GTA. Also, as Kathy has, just talked about their willingness and corporate sort of culture of sharing best practices with other employers and making important contributions to everyone in all sort of restaurants and food service operations that were struggling to understand what to do during this COVID. So certainly, thank you, Kathy. More than a question is just really thank you again for not only personally for your leadership, but also for Coke, for especially during a time where we're truly in this together, that you've stepped up and provided that support to the business network here in Brampton and to all sort of community organizations and specifically to Knight's Table. So I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I have Councillor Willens.
Good morning through you, Chair. Good morning, Kathy. Good to see you again. It's been a long time.
Yes,
it's been a long time. So I just wanted to say thank you for being in our community. I mean, you've been here long before I got on council when we did, as the chair of the Brampton Clean City Committee, your company was the first one to step up with the corporate challenges for cleaning up the watersheds and cleaning up the parks around. I believe you did one up in our wards. Well, it wasn't my ward then, but it was up at Lovers Lake. And you brought, I think, about 30 employees out. That was fantastic. You always continue to support the community, as Councilor Medeiros has pointed out. I still continue to enjoy your beverages. Councilor Bowman said he had a Pepsi this morning, so you can talk to him about that.
I hope not.
But, I actually have to say hello from Shannon. I still
Oh,
keep in touch
nice.
with Shannon. Yeah, Shannon's doing very well in her new career, and
Yeah.
I said I would say hello to you, to her, for her,
That's
to you,
nice.
and just say she's doing well. And I just wanted to thank you again for being in the community. I know people that work at your facility, and you've been a strong employer in the city of Brampton. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair. Hi, Kathy. It's great to see you, and thank you for coming in today. I had the real pleasure of being able to come and do a tour of Coke. I think it was last year or sometime.
Last summer. Yeah.
Yes, last summer, and just blown away by the operation and how clean and how attentive you guys are. So I appreciate hearing all of the extra things you're doing during this COVID pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder, it's you say 400 employees live in Brampton, and you want to grow that. So I'm just hoping that our economic development staff are continuing to work with you to see some of that, more of staff from Brampton join your team and grow that. And is there anything else we can be doing at the city to help support Coke and your employees, and is there anything, that's my question to you, is there anything else we could do to help be supportive?
Thank you, Councillor. There are two opportunities that I'll be coming to the mayor's office with. I've been working very closely with the economic development team too. They're wonderful. And one will be supporting our Love Your Local initiative, if we can partner together with helping to support local businesses. And the other one is increasing the diversity of our workforce through training and development programs. And both of those will be coming to those folks that we work with every day, so positively in the next few weeks and months.
Well, that's great to hear, and especially because we're talking about an equity office here in Brampton, and this is just one of those areas that an equity office could be supportive to businesses and around Brampton, and Love Your Local. I think it's so neat that the Coke that we drink was bottled here in the city. And I think if more people really realize that, it just adds an extra layer of excitement and appreciation for what we do here in this and what you do for us in the city of Brampton. So again, thank you so much. And we're here to be supportive. Please let us know. We really appreciate all that you're doing and what you will be doing in the future. And looking forward to the 20th anniversary. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Kathy, very good presentation. Hello. I just wanted to correct what Councillor Wellens had said. Any Pepsi that's in my house, it's like the bad wine. It goes into cooking, and the Coke is for drinking. So,
Good.
I also wanted to say that I love that line that you use, the power of local. That is something that we should be really pushing here, and a lot of us councillors have been pushing that since March, when COVID shut down a lot of us. And so I'm very happy. I'm very proud that you're in our ward and all the great things that you do for the city of Brampton. I'm looking forward to seeing more of them in the future. And I just had a question for you. 20 years ago, when you guys opened, I was there for the grand opening and got a couple of bottles of the commemorative that came off the line. Are they worth anything now? So
it's a great question. I'll get back to you on that.
Great. Thanks, Kathy, for everything you do, and keep up the fantastic work. You have no idea how much we as councillors appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other speakers. Kathy, I just want to thank you for coming here today to give us this update. Oh, I am sorry. Councillor Pleshy, you are on the board.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Kathy. Thank you so much for coming to delegate. Kathy, we certainly recognize everything that you guys are doing to keep all of your employees safe. And you'll often see the mayor and members of council on social media talking about the the difficulties that we have in the logistics sector and the food and beverage. And So we're constantly, talking about it, and we know that you are doing everything within your power to try and ensure that, not only are the employees not spreaders, but they're safe, their families are safe. Kathy, question for you though is, what can we do for you? Because there's only so much you can do. The other levels of government also have to step in, but what can we do to help you?
One of the things that we have greatly benefited from is an ongoing conversation with the economic development team. They have kept us apprised of information and news and projects and initiatives that are coming our way that have been super helpful. They've also identified where we can step in and help out, which has been helpful too, because we're so focused nose down, particularly this time of year, on ensuring our operations are fulfilled. I think something that's on our mind for next year as an essential service is what role essential services will have in the vaccine deployment. And I know that will be a hot topic in the coming weeks and months, but certainly something that's on our mind is how quickly we can get our employees vaccinated.
Sure, and thank you for that, Kathy. And Kathy, just to note on the other about employees, and you said that you have maybe some future opportunities in training. There's a great program right now through the Region Appeal, and I don't think any Brampton businesses have taken it on as of yet. I know Mississauga has, but the Region Appeal has the program that they'll train people to if there's an opportunity for jobs, they'll train them free of charge. And then work with you, and I think they also work with the Peel Labor Council. So maybe that's something that
yeah, that's great. Thank you.
We can all have a chat about as well. Thank you again for coming, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. So Kathy, thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you for having a presence here in our city and for working together with our team here with economic development and for making Brampton a better place.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to receive this delegation. All in favor, any opposed? And so that carries. Thanks, Kathy.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, we have item 7.1. We have item 7.2, a delegation from Sudeep Kang, the CEO, and Rupinder Hire, the president, and Nelsia Pereira, vice president, Complex Risk and Commercial Division, Armor Insurance Brokers Limited, regarding a request for proposal NRFP 2020-151, Insurance and Risk Management. Welcome, Sudeep, Rupinder, and Nelsia. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Great, thank you so much. This is Nelsia, so I'll be presenting the PowerPoint presentation. I just wanted to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our concerns with respect to the RFP NRFP 2020-151. Next slide, please. Subject matters that we will be discussing are who is Armor Insurance Brokers Limited, our concerns with respect to this RFP, overlooked savings with 2014 RFP, and actions requested regarding this RFP. Next slide, please. Who is Armor Insurance Brokers? We are a national insurance award-winning broker, proven record of success. We are current brokers for the city's user program and have expertise in the municipality business. Next slide, please. Our concerns with respect to the process of this RFP. The RFP was published on August 25th through bids and tenders, which our office received immediately and sent it to the 3 largest insurers that insure municipality coverages, such as Travelers, Zurich, Frank Cowan, and we also sent it to Affiliated FM, who insures property only. Our office received a response from Travelers stating that they have already been approached by another broker, and another response from Zurich informing that Marsh, who bought JLT, who is the city's current broker, sent the RFP to their office prior to us. Both insurers advised they would not work with our office even though Marsh has their own municipal insurance program. Plus, they would not confirm when they received the date from Marsh. Additionally, Affiliated FM informed our office that Marsh tried to submit a broker of record letter so that our office would not have access to this insurer. Frank Cowan, that we approached, responded that they will not work with our office due to the meeting report prepared by the city's risk manager requesting council to extend the current contract with JLT for an additional 3 years, stating that there are no other insurers other than Marsh. Our office immediately contacted purchasing on September 23rd, expressing our concerns of a broker blocking the markets, which is preventing our office to respond to the RFP, to which we were informed that our office was the only one complaining. Again, we contacted purchasing on September 25th, September 30th, and October 7th, requesting for the city to look into our concerns further, as it was an unfair RFP process. Plus, we're at risk losing the facility user program insurance, which we are the current insurer for the city, current broker for the city. We also informed purchasing that in the RFP, it states it is imperative no bidder has tied up any insurance markets, and Marsh is not following this section in the RFP. The only response received from purchasing was they published the addendum number 4, reminding bidders not to tie up the insurance markets, and since there is no proof, they will not further investigate. As a result, the city only received 2 responses for this RFP. One from Marsh, who is the city's current broker, and the other from Aon, who is the same team that worked at JLT, which is now Marsh. Our office would like to ask the council to ask purchasing as to what it means in the RFP that it states it is imperative no bidder has tied up any insurance markets. We'd like if you could ask this once our presentation is done. Next slide, please. Overlooked savings with 2014 RFP. In 2014, a brokerage named Warren Hill responded to the city's RFP for risk and insurance management services. The insurance cost presented by Warren Hill to the city's RFP committee was approximately $1,670,000, which included insurers such as Zurich, Affiliated FM, Chubb, and Lloyd's. Warren Hill was one of the final 2 brokerages along with JLT. However, due to a small technicality of not signing one of the RFP documents, Warren Hill was disqualified and the RFP was awarded to JLT with an annual insurance cost of $3 million towards the city. The city has been overpaying $1 million since 2014 due to a small technicality. Additionally, due to the city's risk manager informing council that there are no other insurers or brokers who provide municipal insurance services, which this is not the case back in 2014. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Nelsia. I need to call time. Can you wrap up?
Sure, yes. So actions, we would like for council to rescind this RFP. By doing this, our office has the opportunity to obtain other quotes and have an opportunity to, and the city has an opportunity to receive savings instead of staying with your current broker who uses an in-house municipal program. The city would also be a contract with a local brokerage which has proven record of excellence. Next slide. And so thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present our concerns with this RFP. So.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nelsia, for your delegation. I have some speakers on the board. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, and apologies to Council. I was off from 9:55 to 10 o'clock doing my weekly briefing with Dr. Lowe on 24, but I'm back with you, and I did want to speak to this presentation because it does cause me concern. I've been a big believer, the more competition, the better. And I look to the clerk for his guidance. If we refer this back to staff, can we get a report back and a look into this? Maybe the CEO can answer that, and that'll make my follow-up comments. So that procedurally to the CEO, if we were and the clerk, if we refer this back for a report would this get looked into, these concerns about the lack of competition?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, that's something we can absolutely do is review this process and any gaps from a organizational or business improvement lens and provide a report back to council.
And the reason I want this looked into is anytime there is a complaint that there is bidders that cannot compete, it gives me great alarm. I believe that it's in the best interest of taxpayers to have vigorous competition. Vigorous competition means you get the best prices and the best package for residents. And I have to say, I'm glad that this council has been hands-on in trying to encourage more transparency in tenders and more competition. If you recall, this council, a year ago, we were told that there was no competition and it would be renewed automatically. And at the time, I was quite agitated by that because the notion there would be an automatic renewal for me seemed to be against the principle of market competition. And I believe, I'm not sure if the CEO or a staff member can respond to this. I believe that that the award that has been given is already significantly less than what was going to be automatically renewed last year. I believe to the tune of $800,000. Is there a staff member that can speak to that?
Well, thank you, Mayor, once again through the chair. So yes, the budgeted savings is just over $800,000, as you noted.
So let this be a lesson to any tender at City Hall. I don't want to see automatic renewals. I want to see competition. Competition is good for the taxpayer. And the fact that we were told as council a year ago that there wasn't going to be, there wasn't competition, and all of a sudden, because we insisted on going out to competition, we have saved taxpayers $800,000. It is a reminder of the obligation we have to seek competition. And now we're hearing the competition was not broad enough. That leaves me with the same concern. And I would like to see this report back, hopefully, as soon as possible, on how this can be improved in the future. I understand these can go out for, this is a 3-year award, but it could be reviewed after a year. I want us to do our due diligence. I want us to do our homework because this delegation is of significant concern to me, and it causes me some worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to support the motion being moved by Mayor Brown. He took the words out of my mouth. The only thing that I had to follow up with in relation to anytime an insurance company comes before council, I asked this question. I see from the Armor Insurance's website that you have auto insurance. Do you know or can you tell us do you charge more auto insurance to Bramptonians than you do anybody else outside of the municipality?
Sorry, are you referring that to me?
Yes.
To Armor? Okay. Well, it's not our office who makes the rates for automobile insurance. That would be the insurance companies like Zurich, Intact, Aviva. But to answer the question, unfortunately, I have seen rates being a bit higher for drivers that are live in the city of Brampton.
And do you know why that is?
It's due to the high accidents in Brampton, driving experiences. So that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've always been told. But if you look at Waterloo, who has the worst rate of accidents and the worst rate of, well, they're just bad drivers over there compared to Brampton, but yet they pay less on their insurance. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. I see no further questions. And
Mr.
thanks
Chair?
again, Nelson.
Sorry,
Yes.
Councillor Dillon was on the board. My apologies, Councillor Dillon, you sent that just to myself. I thought it went to all panelists.
All right, recognizing Councillor Dillon.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
So the question is in regards to the referral. will the referral be specific to Armor Insurance, or will the staff report back be generally how the city can improve its processes going forward?
I believe the CAO can answer.
Well, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Our takeaway right now is an improvement lens, how to improve the process in the next round.
So I'm just wondering if I can ask the mayor if that's what his intention of the referral was, or is it specifically to Armor Insurance and to investigate this particular incident?
I'm not sure if Mayor Brown is there. Mayor Brown?
What's the question?
Well, I'm just wondering because David Barrick said what they took from the referral was that it was general improvements that they were looking to do. I'm wondering if the intent of your referral was to specifically look into this incident involving Armor Insurance and what happened.
Yes, I would like both to be looked into, and I'd ask the clerk procedurally how we could achieve that.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was going to mention as well. I think we need to specifically look into this and find out what was wrong with the process, and if possible, we, hopefully we're able to update Armor Insurance as well. As you mentioned, this is we want to make sure we're doing things right, and I think we owe it to anybody who wants to do business with Brampton and make such a complaint that we actually look into it and get to the bottom of it, if there is anything. But I look forward to the report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I can clarify that, yes, in fact, this particular process will be reviewed in detail to understand what the gaps are and suggest improvements. So it will be, in essence, both.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Barrick, we'll find out about this specific incident. Is that correct? The details?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. This will be reviewed as suggested, and any issues arising and or any improvements recommended as a result of this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Members of the committee, I see no further speakers for this item. So I have a motion moved by the mayor to receive the delegation from Armor Insurance Brokers on regards to a request for proposal NRFP 2020-151 insurance and risk management, and also that this item be referred to staff for review of the specific RFP and potential process improvements generally and report back. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Thank you. We'll move on to our next delegation from Saul Guimarães, the Senior Manager, and Janet Ricks, Alderman, Partner at KPMG, regarding KPMG Capital Project Management Review Phase 2. We also have related staff reports, item 9.2.4, staff report regarding KPMG Capital Project Management Review, which we can bring forward and also deal with at this time after hearing the delegation. Welcome, Saul and Janet. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So if we could slip to the next slide. Good morning, everyone. You'll remember Saul and I from our previous presentation on phase 1 of this piece of work. We'll flip to the next slide, please. So to recap, today we are going to share with you the results of our work regarding phase 2. Phase 2 of this review was to review the City of Brampton's capital project management processes and procedures. We're assessing the current state of the capital process. We are assessing that against industry best practice, and we'll be showing you some recommendations to enhance transparency and efficiencies. Additionally, you had asked us to look at the capital funds planning and management processes in general, to review the role and integration of the finance group in identifying projects to be closed, And you also asked the question whether the projects team capacity and capability were impacting the project delivery. So we'll move to the next slide. I will turn it over to Sol to go through the methodology and our key findings.
Thank you, Janet. Good morning, everyone. So I'll start with our methodology. So we divide the scope for this phase 2 into 4 pillars. The first one being project classification, project reporting, project lifecycle and prioritization, and lastly, the team capacity and capability. In the project classification, what we want to identify from the city's budget was what expenditure was related to project and what was not. So our recommendations in this report will apply only for the project-related one. For the project reporting, we assess the project reporting structures for completeness and adequacy. We assess both the reports used by divisions and departments to manage their projects. We also looked at the reports that the council received. For the project lifecycle and prioritization, we focus on the processes and procedures currently in place. We review the process for selecting and approving the projects to be included in the next year's budget. And we also review the project management processes and procedure, such as the schedule management, cost management, change management, and so on. Lastly, we assess the project team capacity and capability. For this pillar, we review the divisions org charts and job descriptions. Our assessment focused on the size of the teams and the required skills in the job descriptions. So in other words, we assess the team structure and the functions, not people's resumes. If we can move to the next slide. So in this slide, we have our key observations. So from the project classification pillar, we found that the city capital project budget can be classified into 5 main categories. Non-recurring projects, for example, building a new rec center. The recurring projects, for example, streetlight maintenance. IT project, for example, a new software deployment. Acquisitions, for example, a new bus purchase. And studies and minor capital, for example, the city's transit plan development. As I mentioned before, our recommendations will apply to the project categories, the non-recurring projects, the recurring projects, and the IT projects. These 3 categories account for the majority of the city's capital expenditure, or approximately 75% of it. From the project reporting pillar, we identified that the divisions use standardized report templates when reporting to council. However, there is no standardized template for reports within the divisions and from the contractors to the division. So there is an opportunity for improvement where more information can be included in the reports, such as key performance indicators, schedule milestones, and health and safety statistics. Also, a timeline and criteria as to which projects should be reported to council should be developed. For the project lifecycle and prioritization, we found that each division has its own processes in place to manage the projects, and some divisions do not have a written procedure for some of the project management areas. In other words, there is no consistency on how the divisions manage their projects. Also, we identified that the divisions do not share their good practices as they could. For the last one, for the project capacity and capabilities, we found that the org charts have the right positions and the right size, given the nature and the size of the city of Brampton's portfolio. However, some of the positions are vacant, and some job descriptions can be refined to be consistent across all the divisions and to include all the necessary qualifications. If we can move to the next slide, please. So, as I noted in the previous slide, our primary observation is the lack of consistency in project management process and procedures across the various divisions in the city. This observation, along with other observations, can be rectified by implementing a project management office, or a PMO. So before we move forward, what's a PMO? A PMO is an organization structure that standardizes the project-related governance processes and facilitates the sharing of resources, methodologies, tools, and techniques. The responsibilities of a PMO can range from providing project management support functions to the direct management or to direct manage one or more projects. From this definition, we can foresee that a PMO can resolve the issues related to all the 4 pillars that we assessed. We move to the next slide. So this slide presents the types of PMO. So basically, there are 3 types of PMO, and it's always good to state upfront that there is no right or wrong type of PMO, but there is always a most appropriate time given the maturity and the nature of the organization. So the first type of the PMO is the supportive PMO. The supportive PMO provides guidance on common terminology, templates, reporting, and procedures to be used on projects throughout the organization to promote consistency and streamline the project management function. The controlling PMO includes all the features from the supportive PMO, and in addition, requires all the projects to conform to standardized project management templates while also supporting in the project prioritization process. The last one, the directive PMO, which would include all the features from the previous 2 types, and in addition, manage all the projects throughout the organization while also performing the project prioritization. If you can please move to the next slide. So based on our findings and the City of Brampton's project's natures and project management function structure, we recommend the implementation of a supportive PMO. A supportive PMO would address all the gaps found in our review and would bring several benefits to the project management function, such as it would add project oversight and support, it would ensure consistency and uniformity in the project management practice across all the projects, it would increase communication across divisions, departments, and City Council, it would ensure projects meet the City of Brampton's strategic objectives, and it would improve project tracking and reporting. After the support PMO is implemented, if that's the route that the City of Brampton takes, the City of Brampton may assess in the following years if it is adequate to keep the PMO with this supportive function or if it should evolve to a controlling function. So with that, we finish our presentation. We presented all our findings or the summary of our findings and the recommendations. You can move to the next slide. So thank you all.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Saul and Janet. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the delegation? I see Councillor Bowman up first.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, is this here for Council's approval? Is there recommendations that go along with this? And I guess that would be to our City Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is the companion report that the Chair noted at the outset, and I believe that report is just for receipt for information.
Okay, because I do have some questions, but then I'll get around to what I'm trying to say. For the individual departments, for instance, Public Works, do we have people who part of their job description is project management?
Through the chair, Councillor Bowman, it's Jane Holmes. Yes, we have project engineers, project managers, project coordinators whose the majority, well, most of their job is to manage our projects.
Okay, and would that be the same? Thanks, Jane. Would that be the same in building or putting out RFPs or anything like that?
I'm sorry, are you talking about buildings, building buildings and?
Yes.
Yes. So right now under Public Works, buildings and roads fall under Public Works. So yes, it would include doing RFPs. It would be doing feasibility studies. It would be doing managing the design and the construction of our projects, whether they be buildings or roads.
Okay. Thanks, Jane. The presenter, I'm sorry, I'd forgotten your name, but that's from KPMG. But you talk about consistency, and you say that there's no consistency between any of the departments when it comes to project management. And I'm just wondering about that term consistency, because if we've got a project that is, you know, a $100 million building, for instance, versus a project that includes putting together a master plan for cycling trails and transportation, or a major RFP where we're going out to tender on a major project. To me, all those projects are completely different and would require completely different methodology of completing those projects, gauging the effectiveness, where we are, and reporting structures. But you're saying that they should all be consistent and they should all follow the same guidelines?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Maybe I can explain a little better. So what we're trying to say is that we didn't find a written procedure that is consistent across all the divisions. And you are absolutely right. Depending on the size and the nature of the project, there should be a level of flexibility. So what we see in the past and what we recommend with the PMO is that standards, procedures, and guidelines are developed and implemented. Those guidelines and procedures and standards, they should have something that we call a scalability model, where different approaches and different levels of scrutiny is implemented depending on the size and the nature of the project. However, they would still follow a standard, they would still follow a guideline, and it's clear to everyone which each project should do.
If I could jump in as well, through the chair, Councillor Bowman. You're right, every project has its, there are different kinds of projects. A construction project is different than a design project, is different than a IT project. And so the actual details of the project would be different. But what I think KPMG is recommending, and what we as staff would probably find helpful, is some consistencies in how we report out on those projects, how we budget for projects, how we close out our projects, how we report on works in progress, all those kind of things. Status reports, who we're reporting status reports, who we were sending reports to, how are they reported? Because right now, even between the projects that sit under Public Works for buildings and roads, it's not consistent. So it gets done, but it gets done differently in different divisions. And so I think from a city point of view, I think it would be beneficial to having all projects kind of look and feel the same way, regardless of the type of project that you're trying to complete.
Okay, thanks for that, Jane. The timeline that is presented by KPMG is almost 2 years to put this office together and to gauge the effectiveness of the office itself. 2 years? That seems to me to be a very, very long time.
Sorry, which timeline you're referring to? We developed a timeline. I think that's developed by the city.
Oh, yeah, that might be in the city's report. Yeah. From the actual time we approve it to the time that we do our first analysis, I believe it's 2 years.
Through the chair, Mikkel Mar here. We have Maciej Jurek, Senior Manager of Business Improvement and Innovation, who helped to put together this timeline and who can discuss this in a little bit more detail or provide a little bit more clarity and detail with regards to the timelines.
Sure, thanks, Mikkel.
Good morning, Chair, and through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. The action plan that's attached to report 9.2.4, which is the timeline that Councillor Bowman you're referring to, was an initial proposal for the PMO work plan. And I would say that this is a tentative schedule that can be adjusted based on the needs of the corporation.
Okay, so it could be done in 6 months?
Respectfully, Councillor Bowman, I would say that would be an aggressive timeline based on my experience. But this was an initial proposal that was provided.
Okay. The real issue that I have with this is the way I read into this and the way, and maybe it's just me, I'm open to hear other opinion, but this is not a good report. This is not saying that the city has been doing things really well and properly. Am I wrong there?
Hi, it's Janet speaking. So I would take it as, and perhaps it is reading a little harsher the presentation than as it should. I think as we say, things are getting done, but you're in the evolution of project management, right? As you take on more projects, it is natural that you reach a point where you have to improve your processes, right? Would it have been helpful to have something in place last year or sooner? Perhaps, but it's not that we're not seeing projects that were managed properly. It's that the lack of consistency or could be better by being more consistent, and that is what we would typically see in a lot of organizations, that there's an evolution. And this is the time for that evolution.
Okay, and do other municipalities or all municipalities have this PMO office?
Not all, but many do.
So in a comparison of the ones that the city of Brampton would be comparing with, all of them have it? Mississauga, Toronto, Oakville, Hamilton?
Sol, do you want to answer how we benchmarked, please?
Well, yeah, I didn't see that in the report, how we compare to other municipalities.
Yeah, so this is something that we stayed away. We defined with Mache and Mikil, so we didn't benchmark in other cities. We understand that the city had also a review in the past where they benchmark against other cities, and what they found in other cities was not good results. So we did benchmark against industry standards and best practices, regardless of if it was from the public sector or the private sector. We use best practice and industry well-known practices benchmark our assessment.
Okay, so we could or we could not be comparing apples to apples in some of these cases.
Through the chair, just to respond to Councillor Bowman's question, through some of the preliminary research that we have done, Mississauga does have an office set up very similar to this, where individual departments also partake in the implementation of the PMO and provide advice moving forward with regards to practices and the scalability, as Sol mentioned previously.
Okay, so I'll just finish quickly here, maybe not so quickly, I'll see. So council passed a resolution, if I'm not mistaken, to have KPMG come in and review all this for us and report back to us about what we think should be done, gaps, and this is what you're reporting back on now, correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Bowman, this is phase 2. This is phase 2 of the request. So yes, we are coming back with phase 2. There was the phase 1 portion that KPMG has reported on, and this is KPMG's phase 2 report.
Okay, so when we approved or when we received phase 1, was there council direction to staff to go ahead and plan this office based on this report that we're just seeing today? Because I don't remember this office this report being before us before and us approving the idea of going ahead with a PMO office. Maybe I'm mistaken. Mr. Clerk, have we approved that already?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would have to go back and do research. I can't recall one way or the other.
Okay, because This was in our budget yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. This was added at the end of the budget, PMO department, because we put up a chart that said we had a little bit of extra money left, so we should do these 8 or 9 items, including, you know, increase the expenses for counselors and things like that. And, you know, I thought yesterday during budget that we were sort of putting the cart before the horse because we hadn't seen this report yet. And to my knowledge, we hadn't approved staff going ahead and working on putting this into action. But it clearly says that council passed a resolution that we would retain an external auditor reporting to mayor and council. And later on in the report with the findings, it says staff have addressed and will be moving ahead before we even gave approval to move ahead with this. So I'm just wondering how that happened.
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, I believe some of the items that were discussed in budget through the CEO presentation were also as a result of a council workshop. And I think there are multiple instances where a PMO conversation have occurred. So if it is specifically towards this KPMG recommendation and report, phase 2, this report was ready last week, but we decided to put this on our committee agenda. So the timing, I'm assuming, didn't work out as you have mentioned, but the report and recommendations were present, as well as I believe it was brought up in the council workshop.
Okay, thanks, Mikkel. And I'll just leave it there to hear what any of my fellow councillors have to say. But I'm just a little, I guess, perturbed that this came to us today. It was already in our budget yesterday for approval, and I don't ever remember taking a vote on this to approve moving forward with actually forming this group and putting plans in place. So perhaps I'm wrong, but I'll wait to hear what my fellow councillors say. Thanks very much.
If I may,
Thank
Chair,
you.
sorry, Councillor Vicente, I just want to clarify the opportunity, as Councillor Bowman has suggested, the opportunity exists today as well as December 9th council and the special meeting. So it doesn't discount the fact that certainly we're here. I mean, this report is for council to receive and for staff to receive direction, and certainly that horse has not left the barn, so to speak, but rather being presented for your review and feedback.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. My next speaker, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and you know, Councillor Bowman hit the nail on the head. I agree with all the sentiments. I think one has to really take away, you know, and really look at this holistically. And this was kind of what I was alluding to before during budget questions. So what we're talking about is creating a PMO or project management team, but these functions and activities, and this is where maybe KPMG can reply. I assume for all these other projects, so this is a consolidation of these projects, but there are resources in different departments who do these functions and activities. Or are you suggesting that these are completely new functions and activities? Thus, then staff haven't been coordinating anything or project managing anything because, you know, they don't have the official title that they've been project managing. But my assumption, and from all the accountability and from all the presentations, that there are leads to projects. Thus, call it what you will, but these functions and activity have been taking place throughout different departments. Maybe KPMG can comment on that.
Through the chair, Mikkel here again. Just before KPMG responds to the question, I believe there are variations in the type of project management offices across the board, and the project management office that KPMG is presenting here is a supporting model. And I can pass it over to Sol to provide some more details on what that means.
Thank you, Mikhail. And I think you are right. So what you're suggesting here is, and it is to create a PMO that can support all the divisions. So right now, all the divisions, they do follow some process and they do have some procedures that they developed, but there is no PMO or there is no specific person that takes care of the continuous improvement piece of developing procedures, developing processes, and revising them as needed. So it's a side job, I would say, for some people within the divisions. So it doesn't have the proper care that should have. And what we're suggesting here is that a centralized PMO would do that job.
I'll just add to that. So Councillor, it is the projects are, it's not that the projects are not being project managed today, but within each of the divisions over time, people develop a way of doing things. And as Sol mentioned, in an organization that has the number of projects you have, it would be advantageous for you to be able to share what best practices you have amongst each other so that you can learn to track things better, have better efficiencies. Like even in how projects are reported to you, you could imagine it would be good to every time that you get a project report that it looks and feels the same as opposed to maybe looking like this one day and that another. So it's not that the projects aren't being project managed. This would be we're not suggesting that there'd be a whole different group of people that would all of a sudden take over project managing. They would be supporting the people who are doing the projects today with standardization. Sometimes it's just questions, or if you start out with a new type of project, you might look to your colleagues, in this particular case would be that PMO, to say, hey, this is what we're doing. Do we have tools and templates here, or do we have to make them up from scratch, or do we have to go externally, or what that might be? So it's really there to provide support and efficiency, not to say that the projects were not being managed before.
Yeah, so now through the chair, and then it speaks to exactly what I wanted to sort of allude to. So one is we're creating this internal consulting capacity regarding a project management team to ensure there's consistency in terms of implementation, process, standardization across the organization. So a lot of that function and activity, for example, when you have a senior management team function, you have a CEO with a senior management team, you would assume that those orders and those policy sort of coherence would be something a decision could be made that said, well, essentially here's a project charter, here's essentially what we want you to report out. So there's a consistent feel, presentation, and so on. So for example, in personal experience in other levels of government, in a provincial government, there's a PMO office, other ministries have their own internal PMO office. For our municipality, when you think of the priorities that we have, we just went through an exercise of downsizing our sort of list of priorities. So we have 3 or 4 major projects. My concern is we create positions to sit around and just create processes and policies, provide that consulting information, because these are not going to be content experts. So to have them go around to each department and tell them, well, we want your presentation, or we think this is a best practice, and can you please implement? My concern is, first, we're creating positions that are not required. That's my personal concern. Second, the other concern is if we give these functions and activity and we create this office, then I would assume that we're going to be taking away the activity and responsibilities from respective departments, because that's kind of the idea why you have these ad hoc committees or cross-departmental committees. And from my understanding, so this is where my concern is, and I understand what you're saying is that you have this internal consulting body that departments can go to, get these best practices, find out how to better push your project. Then I would suggest, for example, our projects have, for example, intergovernmental aspect, but we have a government relations folks that already do that. So then after, what are they kicking around doing if they're not connecting with the different groups who are actually implementing it, working with Jane's group or other people? So I guess by accepting something like this, then I would sort of have to look at all these projects that we have kicking around now, because as far as I know, there's leadership accountability already. So project A, there's supposed to be a commissioner or a director that has leadership accountability. Okay, so that's one. And second, how does this project management team work with them? So I think the idea sounds great. And I you know, for someone who's done a master's in public administration, you know, these are always great concepts in terms of standardization, process, etc. But I think on the other hand, where Councillor Bowman, I think hit the nail on the head, is that another level of staff sort of looking around, trying to provide best practices. It's the same struggle, and it has nothing to do. I think the report is a great report. I think that you provide some really good best practices, and for us, some you know, ways in which we can improve it. I don't know if not just having a report or this type of analysis and this feedback, and then staff go away and sort of think about their internal projects on how we can ensure there's consistency across. Because essentially, if you put tools in place, and tools in place would be standard templates, standard reporting mechanisms, I would expect that this is something the CAO and our SMT team could sort of come to, come and try to put this across the corporation. Because we're not talking about a huge, we have what, 3-4 departments? And, you know, I just don't think our organization is big enough to require a separate entity like PMO office. If you tell me a PMO position, then maybe I can still sort of understand, but I want to understand what are they doing 8 hours of their day and how they're supporting the other projects and what's their sort of value added and what's the return on investment for taxpayers. I don't see that here. And I think that great concepts, but unless you tell me that this function and activity, which I think exists already, I think, you know, all these projects exist, that we're going to be taking it away from some of these and creating one sort of central body. Because the different activity that requires, you would require someone who push policy, work with intergovernmental affairs. You would need someone who would need the technical expertise. You know, essentially what they do is cross departmental groups which currently exist. So maybe the reporting mechanism or the standard procedures that needs to be worked on. But I couldn't support right now as this in creating a whole separate body. I couldn't support, but I do see sort of an opportunity where maybe there could be a workshop or a training function to our staff to see, you know, what's the benefit in ensuring that there's consistent project managing. But thank you very much. It was a great report. Thank you.
Councillor, are you requesting that we hold a workshop to discuss this further?
Well, I wouldn't say, I'll listen to other colleagues, but I wouldn't approve right now implementing. And I know in the budget, as Councillor Bowman has sort of highlighted, we'll be dealing with that in the budget as of next Wednesday. But this is one area that I wouldn't give myself full approval because, again, I just think respectfully that we have functions already identified. And if it's determined that these cross-departmental bodies are not working well, or there's no standardization, well, then some people have to be accountable. It's not just hiding behind their desk and saying, well, you know what, there's some issues over here. We don't have the expertise, so we're just going to create a whole level of staff. Well, if that's what I'm hearing from the report, that to me presumes that what we're doing currently is not consistent, and then someone's not keeping the eye on the prize. So I don't know. I just think that there has to be accountability built in all this, and it's not simply creating another team to take over tasks and activities. And it's the same thing I equated with the equity office. Well, you know, we received that report, and to a certain degree, 60–70% of what was in there had to do with HR issues in terms of equity and so on, and the other stuff still hasn't been flushed out. So I'm not ready, as of today, to approve PMO, and I speak on my only for myself, and I look towards my colleagues. But again, especially with the situation of Brampton overall, unless we can find repurpose current staff and maybe integrate them from that department, but the type of specialization to recruit people who would just simply work on project management, that means then we're just shifting the layer of accountability to another group of body to say, well, you know, go to this group. It's not this commissioner responsible. The PMO is going to report to us. So I don't know for this level of organization. We're 2 years out from an election, 2 years out of a mandate, and I'm not sure if this is the right sort of time for us to be doing that. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you. So I hear a lot of my colleagues comment, and I do have some similar questions. But first, I'll start off. I saw that we had about 2 million savings in the first phase. Did we generate any additional savings in the second phase?
Through the chair, Mikhail here. I believe the treasurer is on the line. Can you speak to the savings that we identified in between phase 1 and phase 2?
I'm not sure if we have someone on the line to answer that question.
Okay, so through the chair, Councillor, it was in the amount of about $10 million being returned back to from projects that were opened within the specific period Council has directed us to investigate.
Yeah, but this is phase 2 of the report, right? Well, I'm asking specifically anything additional savings in phase 2 of the process. The June 3rd, I do recall the 9 point. I'm the one who seconded or put the motion. I forgot, but one of them. So, was there any additional savings in phase 2?
Through the chair, Maciej, would you be able to respond to the specifics of phase 2 with regards to the ask?
Absolutely. Through the chair, during the phase 1 report, KPMG had identified 9.161 million of projects, capital projects that could be closed with unspent capital dollars potentially to be returned to their source funding. I've received since then a financial analysis performed by our finance staff, which has identified approximately 10.1 million. So that's 10.1 million of closed capital projects whereby the unspent capital dollars were returned to source funding. This analysis was as of the end of October.
And that's in total 10.1, not an additional 10.1, right?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
So, I think this process was definitely worth it. We got a substantial amount of savings. So I don't want to discount the work that was done. Obviously, $10.1 million savings for residents is something we're celebrating. When it comes down to the PMO office, I mean, even in budget time, I struggled with it as well by creating another. Somebody has a keyboard on.
Yeah, if you're not speaking, please mute your mic. Thanks.
Okay. So I personally was also struggling, so I understand where my colleagues are coming from. My first question is, I guess, how does this project management office differ from the current functions being done by our business improvement and innovation or corporate projects managers? How is this going to differ from that?
To the chair, thank you, Councillor Singh, for your question. Maciej does have some additional information with regards to the distinctions between the two sections within the CEO office. Maciej, please.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. Councillor Singh, I would say that this would be a new function for the City of Brampton. The PMO the project management office that's being recommended by KPMG is really a supporting consultative function for all of the project managers across the organization. The core mandate is really to manage projects as consistently and as efficiently as possible. this is, although there are talented project managers across the organization in public works, parks, forestry, IT, and many other areas, there isn't, I would say, a coordinated effort to increase consistency or uniformity in the project management practices across all of those departments and divisions, and that's what KPMG have noted. So the objectives would really be to improve project tracking, reporting back to council, increasing education and professional development of those project managers, and even increasing communication among the best practices of project management methodology from one division to another. The other departments that Councillor Singh has identified are those that are actually executing projects on a day-to-day basis, whether they are roads, bridges, community centers, or council's strategic priorities like Riverwalk, Brampton U, etc. I hope I've answered your question, Councillor Singh. Happy
Yeah,
to
you
provide
have.
more
You have.
information.
So it goes to, I guess, so I get the difference. So one, the other roles are more on the execution side. This is more on the training and best practices side. So so the suggestion of 3 people, was that from yourself or is that from, I guess, Director McKell in the PMO office?
Through the chair, Councillor Singh, to respond to that question, the KPMG report did identify the need for individuals who are trained and who have that skill set to facilitate this type of work across the PMO and across the organization. Having one person to manage the entire organization with regards to these responsibilities may be just a little bit burdensome on one person. So it was determined that 3 was around the right number to execute on this type of work across the entire organization.
Okay, and KPMG found that too? Is that your analysis too, just to confirm?
We did not specify a specific number.
Okay, okay. So, yeah, and this is no secret. I also said this in budget, you know, with PMO office. Don't get me wrong, I see the value, so I'm okay with it. Starting with 3, is that the best approach? I mean, I'll let my colleagues speak, but I'm definitely open to having somebody in that role. I'm not against it or by any means. I see the value. And maybe start off with 1 and grow it, and we get iterations in, and from there we can make sure we have a very potent PMO office. So I'll let my colleagues speak, but thank you to KPMG for all the work. I mean, 10 million in savings is something that should be, you know, thanked, and our residents are very thankful. And you know, I'll see what my colleagues have to say as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think, well, first I'd like to say that I'm glad this is here before us now, and thank you to you know, to Mr. Barrick getting this here before we do end up approving the budget for all of the information going into next special council meeting to approve the budget. I'm getting a little bit sitting here listening to all the comments. I'm getting a little bit frustrated. I guess from my understanding, the PMO's office, it was, you know, taking a lot of roles and responsibilities throughout other areas of the organization and bringing it into that office. And you know what I'm hearing now is it's more of like a supporting role, and I guess that's where I find frustrating, because if you look at, you know, the organization on what we've implemented to date and what the future is bringing forward and everything that Mache had just alluded to, I'm hearing a lot of duplications that I really don't like hearing that. It's we have, you know, McKell's whole department where there's, you know, some 17 people under you, and I find that, you know, that department right there is you know, should be the ones that is kind of overseeing this, and that's what I thought as the director of organizational performance. But then also we have the project managers for each department and project that they're working on. Now the PMO office, and then the development corporation that council's has said to implement as well. So I'm having a real difficulty supporting this currently. I thought that we were going to find, I thought that we were going to take in the departments on the across the corporation to have them kind of working centralized out of one office, and there's a lot of, there's still a lot of vacancies under McKell as well. So there's a lot of, I guess, opportunity there to find efficiencies. And so I'm kind of where my other colleagues are on this as of right now. I don't see this as the benefit moving forward. I really think that we need to have more information about this, and I'm not looking for I'm definitely not looking for a workshop on it, but I am looking for more information to come back to find efficiencies, because as of right now, that's not what I'm hearing and what I'm finding. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Whillans.
Yeah, just quickly through the chair. Yeah, I respect everybody's comments on this one, and I kind of agree with everybody here. But I do see there would be improvements in the process. But I think, as all the councillors sort of have stated, I think it's kind of premature right now. So I don't know if we can earmark this. Maybe we'll decide that next Wednesday. I don't know, but I think we do need a little bit more information on this. The benefits would be, because my understanding, it was the commissioners that were responsible for the job priorities and what needs to get done and closing them out. But maybe I'm missing something in the report. I did read the report, but I'm not against it. I think there could be some value in this. Maybe may very well improve the process of how we get some jobs done. But I still think we need a little bit more time before we'd approve this next week at budget. So I'm kind of like with Councillor Bowman and Madeira spoke of it. Don't know how this would have got approved last night without seeing this report today, but I'm glad that we brought the report today before we do approve the final budget. But anyway, that's just my thoughts, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The CAO, do you have any response?
Well, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, and thank you for the conversation. So I just want to give a friendly reminder in terms of context of why this is here and how it got here. This is really here as a result of Council's leadership and Council's direction. There was a previous report and regular reporting that comes forward and identifies the status of projects. Council had asked to do a bit of a deeper dive in terms of why there's so many outstanding and open projects from 10, 12, 15 years ago. And so that initiated the process, and it's a wise decision in terms of the very clear room for improvement and opportunities to have a appropriate, cleaned up, concise, tightened process in terms of how we're managing these projects. And Council selected KPMG to report directly to Council, and the initial round secured some savings. I think $9 or $10 million is identified. KPMG is before you today, again, as a result of your direction, and suggesting and recommending this process, which staff is in agreement on. So for us, it's not necessarily a resource request for the cost of 2 staff. It's more of the function. And so what the status quo looks like now. In fact, that's why you initiated this process. And so that's really what we're talking about in terms of the room for improvement on having that more centralized support function. And so there's a lot of value in that as we look forward. When you see the capital plan, when you see the infrastructure gap, when we talk about our asset management, and when we see over $800 million in unspent, uncommitted capital, I believe Councillor Medeiros added to the agenda today about a long-term financial plan as well. And that's all important and relevant. But if we don't have a true handle on our capital, and it's handled in silos across the corporation, the accountability becomes more difficult, and you see you've seen the results of that already. in terms of open projects from 10, 12 years ago. So if you would allow, Chair, I think it's important maybe to get a little more context, given that December 9th may be the opportunity to discuss, and certainly we can talk about it further, but I know there's a few other staff on the call that may be able to speak to the value of this type of process, and I don't know if Alex from Transit is one that could, from I guess an internal client being served by such an office versus, and I know Jane has spoken to it as well. So if, with your leave, Chair, if you would allow additional comment, it might help.
Okay, well,
There you, Chair. Could I just respond to that since I still have the floor, just quickly?
all right, Councillor.
Yeah. Thank you, David. That's sort of what I was leaning to. I think we do need to take a deeper dive in this, and if we do have staff here that can clarify some of the things, I'm good. I'm not against this. I'm just saying I think we just need more clarification. You're right. We do have a lot of capital stuff sitting out there, so I think maybe that's what I was sort of leaning to, exactly what you said. So, but I'll wait and I'll bow to the other councillors and staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the CAO. I guess my when I hear some of the comments, for example, that we could do things better or there's some drops, I guess my initial reaction would be, then why aren't we just fixing it? Like, what are we hoping to achieve? If you notice as leaders that there's project gaps, then fix it. If we seem to need, if there's certainly a gap in how we're sort of reporting on projects or the implementation of projects, then why wouldn't the specific project in question? Because right now, a lot of the projects are already pretty mature in its sort of implementation or in its identification, project management, and so on. So, take Riverwalk, for example, okay? Or take the downtown Brampton Reimagined or Realigned, or that type of project. The stage that it's at and all the work and leadership that's already been sort of poured into it, I'm just trying to see how practically staff could come into this. So these are project management specialists, and what value added they would have to move the project ahead. So, it's almost like that internal training, internal project management function consulting, but it's almost done statically, where it's in one place in time and saying, use these templates, or maybe, you need better, different type of staff person on this project, or can you report to me what the deliverables are, and so on and so on. So then we can bring it to council in terms of how we're reporting. But that type of consulting service, or what is looked at, I'm not sure if it merits 3 salaries, benefit, all that. The cost to do that to me is what I find, especially where we are. And we just went through a workshop, which I've reiterated, where we said, let's window down how many priorities we have. So in terms of putting bodies to sit around and do much, and why the current people that we do have, why wouldn't you just repurpose them then, if they're not providing a function, creating a whole layer under a director or under a manager to have a whole project management team, to have 2 or 3 and do what? We don't have enough projects to throw people. And I don't know what they would be doing on a daily basis in practicality. But again, getting back to my original comment, if leadership finds that there's an issue with the project and for somehow things are not working well, then there has to be some accountability to this, and it has to be brought to our attention. And what project are we talking about specifically? How can we improve it? Or is it just about the reporting nature of how it comes to council? So I don't know. Then there has to be some accountability here for us to, bring a project team here and say, well, they're going to take responsibility for now. They're going to help move these projects along. I don't see that. What I've heard, and maybe the deeper dive is going to help. But then, I think it's time for people to run to the woods, because, there has to be people who have to step up and be accountable why their projects are not, and there has to be a consistent sort of a report update, a status update to us to tell us, where are we on all these project initiatives, right? So I don't know. I just don't find that adding more people and adding this PMO office and all this other stuff is going to help us move things along. I don't know what the value added is going to be to the specific project. Anyways, but if I, like everyone else, would appreciate more of an articulation and correct me if I'm wrong. But again, I wouldn't want to add new staff. I would just simply ask the CAO that you repurpose existing staff and allow them to do that. But again, building layers and layers of staff under people whose role I thought was to do that, I'm finding troubling following. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And perhaps to offer some assistance and help, and a question to the CAO, seeing that we don't have a consensus here, might it be advisable for Council to regroup and hold a workshop on this and see if we can clarify direction to staff?
Well, thank you, Chair. My sense is there's two separate discussions occurring. One is kind of a budget approval for the additional staff, and one is the concept of the centralized capital compliance office. And so I think I'm hearing that there's support for the concept, but maybe not for the budget piece and the repurposed role. So I want to, if I can help tease out the conversation a bit, as I alluded earlier, for us, it's not, the two or three additional staff per positions from a funding perspective, but it's really, is council buying into the concept of this office. And I think that would help clarify the direction for us to move forward. Certainly we can do a workshop. I just don't know if we can in advance of December 9th. And so if with the chair or the mayor next week helping to guide the discussion to provide the clarity would be helpful. I would also add, in terms of, the staff leadership finding things, that's what this does, is rather than, the leadership across the corporation having to continually ask and follow up and, to a degree, micromanage, this aspect is centralized and information is more easily accessible. So when a counselor asks a question or a staff person asks a question, it's easier to get the response. And part of our role is to provide the support and resources to those other staff across the corporation. So as KPMG is recommending and staff is supportive of the concept, I don't know if that helps guide the discussion. I know that, like I said, there's a couple of other staff and councillors I think still want to speak to this, but that will provide us direction on the concept versus the budget.
Thank you, and we are quickly exhausting this conversation, but I'll move to our next speaker on the list, which is Councillor Frattini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I was hoping we would have got this way before our budget. I thought we came to an understanding when we did yesterday, even on my motion, there's no other stuff coming for December 9th. So why wasn't this brought maybe during our budget for more staff?
If the CAO can provide a response.
Yeah, if I may, Chair. So this was discussed during the workshop sessions. This has been, I believe, discussed in the concept of KPMG's other reviews. So this was part of the budget piece. Today it's included, but this is here today as an information report, and council has the option to make a decision in advance of December 9th. I would say it's not a new item. It's been discussed at several points and several opportunities to discuss, including today and next week.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it, but I thought we had yesterday when we asked the clerk, there's no more items or motions being brought for December 9th, or else I will have moved my motion. And if we're going to add this, then we're all going to start adding different motions on Wednesday night, so that we have to be clear on that. My other question is, does other municipalities have the same thing? Or we're the first?
Thank you. That may be a question for either KPMG and or Mache and McKell.
So I'm going to support most of the comments. I think we should have our workshop where we should have more information on this, but I don't think so we should put anything forward at this moment. Bringing this forward at the last minute, I cannot make a decision on it at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a comment from our acting Commissioner for Work, Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just provide some commentary just in regards to some of the questions and the comments that have been discussed today. As I just want to try and correct the notion that this report reflects that the projects in the past or up to date have been managed badly. I would suggest that that's not the case. I think that our staff have done a great job in managing our projects. What's missing and what staff would welcome is some structure around some consistency. So we may manage, I mean, when you look at the projects and the things we've been managing to get done, our projects do get delivered. They are done well. It is just that they are done differently across the organization. And so just a couple of examples, there was a mention about you're doing a continuous improvement. That's not consistent. I know in Public Works, we have a rigorous lessons learned continuous improvement program. We do it after every major project. It's recorded, it's documented. That was a suggestion that came from audit, and we fully embrace that. The issue is that we've got, even though we share it amongst our Public Works partners, and now we have building in there with us as well, as opposed to just the roads group, there's no community of practice, if you will, that we have an ability to share those lessons learned. So that's where I see the value of the project management office. It's the same with when we talk about the $10 million of savings, that essentially was a works in progress review. Again, and I can only talk to Public Works. We do that twice a year regularly. In the past 5 years, we've turned back, $150 million of projects of funding that was for projects that were overfunded. We could turn the money back, or the projects that were closed. But I don't know if that happens in other parts of the city. So I just want to mention that, because there are some things that I don't want the council to receive this report and think that we've been doing, managing our projects badly. I just think we manage them differently. And I think there's probably some benefits to be realized if we're all doing the works in progress the same way, if we're all reporting on the same KPIs, if we're all doing a lessons learned review rigorously after every project so that we can all share those. That's from a client point of view, that's where I'm seeing some value in that, particularly now that most of the projects sit under Public Works and Engineering. The buildings guys do projects differently than the roads guys, not worse or badly, or it's just different. So, even budgeting, for instance, we budget things differently. So I think there would be some benefit to be able to do that more consistently across the boards, along with our partners from Transit and IT. So anyway, I just wanted to add that for a little bit of context from the client point of view.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jane, for that. And I don't, I speak for myself, but I think I speak for all members of council that we don't think that any of our, projects have been managed poorly at all. I think we all agree, and I know, Jane, you would agree, that there's always room for improvement. There's always room to find efficiencies and whatnot. So to try and bring this home, I think, I think I don't hear there's much support for adding these these additional people to the organization. I think what we want to see and what we want to be able to hear is that there's no duplication in terms of there's a lot of pieces that are going along with managing a project. With the director of organizational performance having the manager for integration innovation advisor for development and learning, there seems to be a lot of opportunities to have this in a certain area and whether you call it the PMO office or you call it something else, nonetheless, the work is already being taken inside the current organizational structure. And with everything else that's coming on like the development corporation, ensuring that not only and other things aren't putting more layers. We don't want. We're trying to flatten organizations and take away some of the layers that bog down in paperwork and everything like that to find those efficiencies. So I think that's where council is going with this. And if that looks like a workshop to determine, what are the roles and responsibilities that have to go with each project currently across the organization for us to better understand what it is, then that maybe should be the workshop. So I don't think we're saying we don't agree with it. We agree with, finding efficiencies and having it done the best way that we can perform, but adding more people to something that currently there seems to be a lot of the duplication is not what I think council is supporting. David, do you understand kind of what I'm saying? Or sorry, Jane?
I'm sorry. I was just going to violently agree with you.
Violently agree with you?
Non-violently
Just agree, Jane.
But I think that's the point, Councillor, is that, then I think that's why when we were talking with our partners in the CAO's office about this in KPMG, it was very important to us that this is a part of the organization that would not add more bureaucracy associated with delivering projects. I mean, I could do a whole day's therapy session on all the issues that come up, all the problems and challenges that we have on trying to deliver our projects on time and on budget with the scope of work that's expected from the client. So we do not, I would not be supportive of something that just adds more bureaucracy. It's what we're looking for is that what I'm thinking is that if there's the structure and there's a sort of a rhythm of the business, if you will, associated with delivering projects, that's going to make things easier for our project managers as opposed to, doing things, dealing with requests that are sometimes ad hoc, if you will. And I have been involved with PMOs in two other organizations, one in a municipality, and it is very, they were successful when they were supportive, and that means not doing the actual project management of the projects, but be able to provide a structure that all projects kind of look and feel the same, so that if a project manager goes in, they're going to know when we do our works in progress. They're going to know how we are budgeting, because we don't budget all the same way right now. When and how we report, do status reports. And how we do lessons learned, for instance. That's just a couple of things off the top of my head that should be part of every single project management area in the whole city. But at this point, we may do that, we may not, and if we're all doing it, then we're all doing it differently. So I think there's certainly some benefit in terms of making that consistent, not just for staff, but also for council and the public when they're asking for updates on projects.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, sorry, Mr. Chair, just that tells me, that talks a lot about the organizational performance as a whole. So again, I everybody's agreeing with you. Everybody is saying this is, we all want this, but it's that those extra people and maybe even the extra office, maybe it should be incorporated into our daily business for the way we do everything else. So David, if you have any comments on that and moving forward, maybe we just we not approve but that's a discussion for next week, not approve the additional people, but look at how we can incorporate this already into the organization with the current structure.
If I may, Chair Transit.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for just, I'll try to make my comments very brief. To my colleagues, acting commissioners, Holmes's comments. Look, I don't think anybody's questioning the staff's ability, specializing within a department to deliver
on capital projects. I think we've got a fairly good track record on that. But what I know for transit, I speak as a departmental pressure, we have multiple projects that touch on, for example, in Works Department for BDC to deliver for us. The biggest challenge for us is the coordination of all this. We're all different departments. We're all doing a good job in delivering the capital projects within the silos that we're in. But the centralizing reporting system is something that I know transit struggles with, because we have multiple reporting out to, for example, federal governments, provincial governments, to our council, which is another reporting mechanism that I know transit needs to improve on in terms of some of our deliverables. And this is something that our capacity issues to do some of this stuff has been very much stretched. And I know our discussions both at CLT and looking at a centralized body would tremendously help relieve some of that centralized reporting and making sure that the coordinating objectives of all the projects, be it LRT, be it the downtown CFIs, and all the coordinating and how they touch on through a centralized body would definitely provide some relief for departments such as transit in terms of delivering and reporting back on this stuff. I just thought I'd mention that, because certainly I don't think the question is of staff and departments delivering on the projects, but more the capacity and being able to coordinate efforts that I've just talked about. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you. And before we go back to Councillor Blanchette, we have our Treasurer, Mark Medeiros.
Through the chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I just wanted to add my 2 cents, just having gone through this process quite a few times, trying different methods throughout the years at the city. I would equate this very similarly to our asset management program. So, you know, we had individual departments doing a great job on their individual assets with their own systems and their own information, and in their silos working on asset management. But in order to have that corporate oversight and prepare reports on a timely basis and monitor activity and ensure that the information that is coming out of every little area and every little system is able to be rolled up, synthesized quickly, and reported to council, we needed that corporate asset management group and to drive change and to monitor best practices and work with all of the groups to understand all of their differences so that we can turn that into something that we can report on corporately. It's the same thing here. So the individual there's over 500 capital projects, thousands of activities. There's a ton of information. In terms of getting something consistently out to council from a project management perspective, to say things like, how many projects are not meeting their milestones? They've just passed, they haven't met their target. Why not? And report that to council. Right now, we don't have the resources to do that. And to have every individual department do that by themselves, it hasn't worked. So, you know, I respect and understand the conversation and you know, the opportunity of, to the CEO's point, whether we, you know, budget for it or repurpose roles, but to have actual people focus, there's a huge amount of data here that needs to be monitored. And I think we need dedicated people to do that.
Thank you very much, Mark. Councillor Blanchette, do you have any further questions or comment?
Well, just to that, and I understand that we need dedicated people. We have vacancies inside of in a current office that I think that's where the roles and responsibilities should lie. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think members of the committee, we have completely exhausted this conversation. Is there, can we have a motion to receive the delegation from KPMG? Councillor Bowman? Can I have you move the receipt of the delegation, Councillor Bowman?
Sure, certainly, Chair.
Thank you. So any opposed? That carries. And next we have the item 9.2.4. Mr. Clerk, it's for information purposes. I think staff have heard clearly from the different points of view from members of council. Can we receive this report, and staff will come back to us in future with next steps?
Through you, Mr.
Is
Chair,
there someone?
yes, just for receipt.
Okay. So seeing that that is the case, can I have a mover for this report? Okay, I have Councillor Whillans who beat you to it to move the report. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Great. So next, members of the committee, we're moving on to item 7.4, a delegation from Susie Godfroy, the Executive Director of the Downtown Brampton BIA, regarding the Downtown Brampton BIA and City of Brampton Tourism Partnership. Welcome, Susie.
Well, I was going to say good morning, but it's almost good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and Committee of Council. Susie Godfroy here from the Downtown Brampton BIA, and I'm here today to delegate to talk about a new and exciting partnership between the Downtown Brampton BIA and the City of Brampton's Tourism, Film, and Events Office. Advanced slide, please. Okay, if you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, the BIA, as you know, the BIA and the City of Brampton have had a long-standing partnership to promote the Downtown Brampton business area as an exciting place to shop, dine, eat, and play, and to engage the Brampton and GTA community at large to enjoy the vibrant culture of Brampton's downtown core. Today I'm here specifically to discuss a tourism marketing program with Brampton hoteliers or hotel operators and the Downtown Brampton BIA. The program itself is intended to create a positive economic impact for Brampton hotel operators and our Downtown Brampton retail and restaurant sectors primarily. The Downtown Brampton BIA and the City of Brampton's Tourism, Film, and Special Events Office propose a collaborative approach with this program. Furthermore, through Laura Lakuzik and her team, their office has a very well-established relationship with the hotel sector across the City of Brampton. We are all aware of the impact of COVID-19 and how it has had a negative and very challenging effect on all businesses across the world, and specifically Brampton, and particularly today I'm going to be talking about retail, Main Street retail, and the hospitality sector. We're looking at a partnership with the hotel operators for this upcoming winter season. As we know, hotel room bookings are expected to be less than 10% for extended periods of time. My team at the BIA have had a number of discussions with Brampton Tourism, and they are currently exploring to work with a company by the name of DRC Strategies to offer the True Cash Wallet program as a local hotel incentive. It's important to note that this program has been implemented in Mississauga through their tourism department, and they have a program called It Pays to Stay. The Mississauga program offers visitors a $100 prepaid Visa card for bookings of 2 room nights at participating hotels. Similarly, the Tourism Brampton Department and the Downtown Brampton BIA would be looking at a program that would feature a $50 prepaid Visa card with an additional $25 voucher for the BIA's Downtown Brampton dollars. So a total of $75 per booking for 2 nights in Brampton at participating hotels. The packaging of this program would entail an Experience and Discover Brampton welcome package, highlighting the Downtown Brampton winter activities, businesses, and restaurants, as well as promotional material to promote all of the Downtown Brampton businesses. In addition to this, we would be looking at promoting our local attractions such as Gage Park, the Rose Theatre, PAMA, and Beaux Arts, to name a few. Essentially, this marketing partnership is intended to have a positive economic impact for our Brampton economic community at large and the Brampton hoteliers, and of course, Downtown Brampton. Next slide, please. Okay, if you could move to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so this slide goes through just the partnership responsibilities between the BIA and the City of Brampton. And at the end of the day, I'm just going to be really quick here. The financial implications of this program is estimated to be approximately $12,000. The BIA and the City of Brampton Tourism Department would work together on a marketing and communications plan for this program, and we're looking to launch this in the first quarter of 2021. We know right now with being in a lockdown, this is not a good time to be launching right now, but we wanted to bring this to council to get council's endorsement and approval of the program. And basically the BIA would administer this program in partnership with Laura's team at Brampton Tourism. And I think at the end of the day, this goes very nicely with some of the initiatives that the BIA has been working on with regards to a new wintertime strategy that will be rolling out in the very near future. So it's a short delegation. I just wanted to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and I just wanted to see if there were any questions.
Thank you, Susie, for that information. I don't see any questions, so I think that will be all. Can I have a motion from Councillor Santos to receive the delegation? All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you so much, Susie.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. So we have exhausted our delegations. I believe Pastor Randy Nielsen was unable to stay further, so that will come at a next date. So
point of order,
Councillor Williams.
Chair, thank you. Just would like to move deferral of his delegation to next week's council meeting.
I think the clerk may provide some direction that if
thanks.
Yeah, if delegation cannot stay, they would apply again for the next opportunity.
So through you, Mr. Chair, it would be more appropriate procedurally to get this on the agenda next week for a motion for referral of this delegation to next week, because delegations on new business are not generally permitted at City Council because it's making final decisions. They should be coming through committee, but if committee passes a procedural motion to refer this delegation to next week, then it will be added to the agenda.
Very good. Would you like to move that, Councillor Williams?
Yes, I would like to move the referral. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Members of committee, you have the referral before you. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. So now we're going to circle back to item 6.2 on the as an update on the COVID-19 emergency. Mayor Brown has been providing regular updates to committee at our meetings. I would now like to invite the mayor to provide us an update today. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. And to give you a few updates, I have the latest information from the hospital and from Biolog that I think would be of interest to Council. I'm going to share that here. On a hospital level, we are about 90% in terms of acute capacity, so that's like ICU, and the total hospital capacity is at 100%. As we know, that's sort of been standard in Brampton. Our healthcare capacity is at the max even before COVID. In terms of the testing, we're at 294,000 tests, 172. We have 38 COVID patients at Brampton Civic right now, 13 which are in ICU. In terms of Biolog, Paul and JP and his team continue to do a great job of education. And where warranted fines, there was one social gathering this weekend where 22 charges were laid, but overall it is a high level of compliance. Our big issues on the COVID front continue to be our push for sick days and an isolation center in the northeast of Brampton, and so we continued that advocacy with the GTHA mayors, and a motion that I moved with Mayor Crombie passed the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus asking for those sick days. It is a particularly important tool for essential workers, those in precarious employment. As you know, some of the factory work has people who are working for temp agencies and they simply are not eligible for the support that they deserve. Also on the COVID update, there's been promising developments on a vaccine. I believe in the UK, it's even going to roll out as soon as next week. Right now, the Canadian timelines are still looking at late January. And as you know, this council wrote the provincial government and General Hillier to see if our essential workers can be in one of the first, and our vulnerable residents, like in long-term care, can be some of the first to receive the vaccine once Canada gets its first shipment. I would note, in terms of the rapid test, which we wrote asking access the rapid test for essential workers, our motion last week said provincial and federal governments, and it should have just said provincial government because the provincial government has possession of the rapid test, not the federal government. It was approved by the federal government, but the provincial government is the one that actually decides where they're allocated. And Maninder Sidhu, our MP for Brampton East, asked me to make that clarification. I told him that I would do so. So that is a quick summary. I should mention we're up to 137 workplace outbreaks. It largely is and continues to be in industrial settings, our main source of transmission. And so knowing where the transmission happens is obviously important. And I continue to relay that to the province that the central area for transmission for us is in industrial settings. It goes into the household, but the causation we're seeing is in workplaces. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any questions or comments? I see none, Mayor. So I have a motion moved by Councillor
Councillor Vicente, yes, I'm on the board there.
Go ahead, Councillor Bowman.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a very quick question for the mayor. Are schools considered workplace outbreaks?
No.
Okay. So all the schools that we're hearing about, I think the last number I heard was 1 in 3 schools had cases. They're not considered in the workplace outbreaks then?
No, the last I checked, I think we have 35 school outbreaks in Peel Region, but we have 137 workplace outbreaks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you recall at last region I was asking about what consists of an outbreak at a school, and I guess the first time I asked it a few weeks ago, the question that I received from Dr. Lowe wasn't very clear, and I've since then again received a few comments from residents with trying to understand a little bit more on what classifies as an actual outbreak in a school. As you know, I have 3 kids in 3 different schools. So when I hear outbreaks as opposed to, you know, the phone calls that I get a phone call once or twice a week letting me know that there has been a COVID case in their school. So, you know, just those numbers alone tell me that there's a lot more than 30 or 35 cases in a school. But when I hear outbreaks in a school, you know, and how those relate to the numbers, that's where I'm still kind of confused on this.
Yeah, so the public health has different definitions for outbreaks. Most standard is in a long-term care residence where 1 case is considered an outbreak. The second strictest standard is for schools, and then a more loose standard for industrial workplaces. So the formula is a little bit complicated. We can ask Dr. Lowe to speak to that. I would note that they post on the Peel Region website the total number of outbreaks in schools and the total number of cases in schools. And you'll notice those numbers are different. But, you know, I think it's better to have Dr. Lowe clarify that directly, but I believe it's when there's actual transmission at a school. So there is an outbreak is when there's 2 students that get it in an unexplained manner.
Right. Okay. And then I just don't really understand why schools aren't considered a workplace with all the teacher and the staffs, the TAs and the admin as well. I don't, but I guess that's for the province to determine. The other question that I had, are you on a call every day with Dr. Lowe and the regional chair and the other 2 mayors? Is it every day that you're on the call?
At the beginning of the pandemic, it was every day, and then it was changed to 3 times a week. Right now, we have twice a week, and when needed, if there's a provincial update or a federal update, we convene a call. So it ends up being about 3 times a week. I would note we also have a GTA mayor's call once a week, and then there tends to be big city mayor calls directed once if the infrastructure minister or the deputy prime minister is available. Those are called on an ad hoc basis. And then there's the Ontario mayor's call where we have provincial ministers brief us. But that's more about once a month.
Okay. And
all
so
on COVID.
So you recall, Mr. Mayor, when this all started back in March, we were going from kind of like a weekly update from Dr. Lowe, the other doctor before Dr. Lowe, and then it went, as soon as it started to really peak, we were getting daily updates as things were happening, and we were getting our numbers sent to us on a daily basis from the region. And then as it started to slow down during the summer, I was against moving back to those weekly updates, but that's what Regional Council had decided. And we haven't changed from that. And we tend to get, weekly updates, but then we're also getting, like, when the big spikes were happening, or there was something new happening, or a big outbreak or something like that, then that would trigger another email from the region. We're getting our daily updates from Mr. Barrick. As the day goes on, everything that he's putting into an email he's sending to us. What I don't like seeing or don't like hearing is, I have to stay tuned to CP24 every morning to find out how many cases are in Peel. And when we were getting updates every day, I would have those updates already. So I would, as each member knows, the calls that they get related to, COVID still are happening on a daily basis. So I was more in tune and ready to act. Is there anything that you can say or do to try and to get some of the information from the province to councillors, so that we don't have to rely on kind of the news to find out what's happening in our own municipality?
Well, the way the data is collected is different from a provincial level and a local level. And so Peel Public Health works on a different 24-hour cycle than the province does. The province likes to have their numbers ready in the morning. And so it's not the traditional 24-hour cycle, when Dr. Lowe and the health unit uses the traditional 24-hour cycle. And so the Peel's numbers go online usually at around 1:30 every day, and the provincial numbers come out at 10:30 every day. You'll notice there tends to be a small difference in the numbers. The Peel regions are more up to date than the provincial numbers. I know at the beginning of the pandemic, it was our own staff. I was having staff, take the numbers and put a little social media graphic that we'd share. Right now, it is all on the Peel Region website. And so if any member of council wants to see the daily number at 1:30, you can. There was some talk at Regional Council about whether he should continue to do an email out. I know at the time he said that it was easier for his staff just to put it on the website, but we could always on Thursday ask Dr. Lowe to continue those emails like he had in the spring.
Yeah, and I think the reason why I was pushing for this is so that we can get it out in the community earlier. Now, when I asked this question to Dr. Lowe last week about the numbers and getting the numbers out to the public, his response was, we don't get them from the province. So the province was the tracker of the numbers, and that we actually got the numbers from the provincial government. That's not what I'm hearing you say.
No, so we have the Peel list. They will share updates with the province. So the province number is not as up to date as the Peel number that's released. And that Peel number is released at 1:30 every day on the Peel Region website.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see no further speakers on this, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to receive the COVID-19 update from the Mayor. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. So next, members of committee, we're moving on to the Economic Development and Culture section. Our next item is item 8.1.1, a presentation provided by Claire Barnett, the Director of Economic Development, regarding an update on the virtual FDI mission to Japan. Welcome, Claire.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Councillor. I'm very excited to be here to provide an overview of our first ever virtual mission that took place last week. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this was our first ever virtual mission, and it actually was the first virtual mission from any other Canadian municipality. And in fact, I believe ahead of the province as well. So we were one of the first to do this. It was an initiative from the city's economic recovery strategy. And I think it's important to share that this wasn't just about attracting new foreign investment into Brampton. This was also about meeting with businesses that are in Brampton to retain their presence and to help them expand in the province. We also participated in some startup pitches and the ever important government connections. The photo on this slide is the Canadian Embassy in Tokyo. Next slide, please. The participants for our mission were Mayor Brown. The mission was led by Mayor Brown, Councillor Santos, and we also had the former mayor of Mississauga, Hazel McCallion, with us. And she really provided an excellent brand and image for us as she developed incredible connections with Japan during her tenure as the mayor of Mississauga. She was also the recipient of the Order of the Rising Sun, gold raised with rosette for her contributions in welcoming over 100 businesses into the city of Mississauga. So it was great for us to have her guidance and her participation. I'd also like to identify that our CAO was able to join David Barrick, as well as our Commissioner, Richard Forward. So as I mentioned, our meetings were also focused on business retention and expansion. The logos you see on this screen are some of the businesses that are major employers in our city. And we were thrilled to have IT Weapons participate in one of the roundtables you'll hear about a little further in our presentation. So it was important to be top of mind when these companies are reevaluating their global presence and their supply chains and value chains following COVID. It was important for us to be in front of their executives and for us to meet with them locally as well. Next slide, please. We kicked off the mission with a meeting with the recently appointed new Consul General of Japan in Toronto. And this was really an important meeting. It was our first introductory meeting and engagement with that consulate. So they will be able to work with us closely as we do more work in Japan. And following that meeting, we had a briefing with JETRO, which is the Japan External Trade Organization, and they work with Japanese businesses not only on trade, but also innovation and foreign direct investment into Canada. So it was great for us to be able to have that new connection. And of course, the connection with the Japanese government is very important for us to have that credibility, and it will help us opening doors when we do further work in that country. Next slide, please. Another meeting that we had was our first meeting with Canada's ambassador to Japan, Ian Burney. He shared some really important insight for us that helped us really define our value proposition when presenting Brampton to new investors and within innovation partnerships. He emphasized that we should really promote our young population and that we are fast growing as well. So as you know, Brampton is the second fastest growing city and one of the youngest in Canada, whereas Japan's has the aging population, greatest aging population and population in decline. So that really got attention when we could say we were actually the complete reverse, because that would show that we had talent and that we had a place where businesses would be able to grow. I'd like to now hand it over to Anes Rashid, our FDI coordinator, who really managed all the logistics of this mission. Anes, over to you. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Claire. Can we have the next slide if possible? Sorry, the previous one rather. The industry and incubators one. Perfect. The next event we held as part of the virtual mission was hosting a roundtable discussion with innovation counterparts in Japan. The roundtable featured executives from Landing Pad Tokyo, which is a Japanese accelerator that's bringing a new culture of innovation to Japan. Other speakers in the roundtable were the DMZ, IT Weapons, as Claire kindly mentioned, and a host of Japanese companies. The goal from the roundtable was to leverage the bridges that exist between business, technology, and innovation between Japan and Brampton. Next slide, please. The following events included corporate calls with large Japanese businesses to attract new investment. It was critical that we shared with these businesses the number of major Japanese companies that already operate in Brampton and the Peel region. There's over 100 of them. Our FDI pitch is focused mainly on technology and innovation. Next slide, please. A key meeting was held with the Japan Electronics and Information Technology Industries Association, JITA. The City of Brampton team offered a variety of opportunities for collaboration with this entity that will be pursued in follow-up meetings. Next slide, please. The next steps we're planning as a result of this work includes tech scouting opportunities. This is going to involve collaborating with Japanese firms who host tech scouting missions. The second step includes pursuing collaboration opportunities where we'll be looking to work with one of the companies that we met with on this mission on an open innovation challenge that will include a partnership with Brampton's Innovation District. The third step is bringing to Japan an Innovation District Roadshow, where we have partners from the Innovation District present to a Japanese audience. The fourth step is to deliver an open invitation to Japanese counterparts to visit Brampton and attend Canada's Innovation Corridor Summit, which we're hosting right here in Brampton in September of 2021. Finally, we have additional business retention and expansion meetings with Japanese headquartered Brampton-based companies. I'd like to hand it back to Claire just for some concluding comments. Next
Thank
slide.
you, Ines. So I would like to again thank Mayor Brown and Councillor Santos, our CAO David Barrick, and Commissioner Richard Forward for their participation, and especially would like to thank Communications, Protocol, Government Relations, and all those in the city who were involved and helped us deliver this mission. We would also like to thank the Ontario office in the embassy in Japan, who was really instrumental in helping us deliver this. Thank you very much, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you, Claire, and we have Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Claire and Ines and team, I just wanted to say thank you very much. That was a very successful first virtual mission to Japan, and as we were debriefing after the virtual mission, we kind of said that as much as we really wanted to be in Japan for this mission, it was a little bit good, actually, that we did it virtually first. I certainly learned a lot about Japanese culture, and your team in particular have done a phenomenal job in the briefing notes, the speaking notes, in putting all of the information together. So I am looking forward to the next steps. I think based on many of the questions from the folks from Japan at the various meetings that we had, they seemed incredibly keen and interested, especially on the Brampton as a smart city side of things, which was a longer meeting, and I think they could have gone on for much longer than they did. So thank you again to both of you. I look forward to the next steps on this one.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
I wanted just to underline how grateful we are for Hazel McCallion's help. If you look at the cluster of Japanese companies she managed to recruit in Mississauga, one of the reasons they have such a heavy industrial tax base is because of her dogged determination. And her advice to me early on in this term was, don't limit your aspirations to pitching your city just within Canada. And she gave the example of Japan. And she said at the time, if you want to pitch Japanese companies about growing in Brampton, count me in to help. And she was true to her word. There she is at 99 on Zoom calls with us night after night, helping us highlight why Brampton and Peel region are a great place for businesses to grow. And she was, whether it's human resources advantages, transportation corridors, Pearson Airport, she was quick and sharp and a real advocate for the city of Brampton, despite the fact that she is a Mississauga resident. She understands that, what's good for one city in Peel is good for the entire region. And I think we should be grateful to have a friend like her. And I believe there are some opportunities for growth. And if you look at the companies you already have in Brampton, these are growing companies, jobs of the future. You look at Canon, it's not just cameras. They're right now producing some of the most significant medical imaging technology that are used by hospitals in the country. And it's why they're growing. It's why their headquarters has space to grow in
in Brampton. So I was encouraged by this virtual mission. A virtual mission doesn't cost us anything. There's no travel bills. There's no hotel bills. We do it from the comfort of our home. And I thought it was a useful effort over the last week. So thank you to Claire and her team for putting all the energy into making this happen. And to the chair, with your discretion, I got a text back from Peel Public Health. I'd asked Councillor Peleshi's question, and if I could just say, the answer was, in a school, the definition of an outbreak is 2 or more cases, students or staff, that a Peel Public Health investigation determines are linked. So one of the cases needs to be acquired at the school. So there's 1 COVID case acquired at the school, and there are up to 2 cases. It meets their definition. And that's the same definition that's used across the province of Ontario.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for that deft interpretation. And so now back to the Japan mission. Martin Medeiros, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I guess before my question to staff, I do want to reiterate what Mayor Brown, I had the opportunity to be on a somewhat of a trade mission with former Mayor Hazel McCallion a week in Portugal, and I can tell you she is, if someone knows how to sell not just only Mississauga, but sell the region, sell the country, it certainly is Hazel, and I was very fortunate to spend time with her on a daily basis. Getting to my specific question in regards to that, Claire, can you just speak to again, we've talked about it a lot, about this ecosystem, or the fact that Japanese companies have already good relationships in Mississauga, how we can leverage that sort of goodwill and leverage those successes. Because, you know, we often look at the case that, you know, we're in competition, but, you know, I think it's a healthy competition, obviously, but we have a lot to learn and a lot to benefit from sort of working with neighboring municipalities and sort of attracting investment. And it gives that sense of confidence to the Japanese companies who are sort of wondering if Brampton's a good place to see the success stories in Mississauga.
Sure, and thank you for the question, Councillor. We started the mission, one of our first meetings, we started identifying the Brampton businesses that were in Japan by saying there's a, you know, a half a dozen Japanese businesses in Brampton. Throughout the mission, we adjusted that narrative to say there are over 100 Japanese businesses in the region of Peel, which was much more powerful of a statement. And that is really how we will continue to position this in our work in Japan. So to say that there's over 100, that means that Japanese business leaders can call on others within the region for references, which is what they do. They speak to each other to make sure that it is a good area to be in, a good region to be in. They won't differentiate between Mississauga and Brampton because the talent is from all over the region. It really is a regional positioning. And so I've actually been in touch with my counterpart in Mississauga to see how can we work together. One of the recommendations we had from one of the groups that we met with was to host a reception of all the Japanese executives. So we will clearly do that post-COVID, but maybe there's something we could do during COVID virtually to do just that. So we will be positioning Brampton as part of the region, and we will be working with Mississauga as well.
Thank you. And just again, thank you for that, Claire. The last question would be regarding Toronto Global. So how do we communicate, and I know we work with them, so how would we communicate sort of this information, or how we're working on this sort of Japanese mission and coordinate activity with them, or would we not? So I'm just trying to get to that sort of value proposition of working with Toronto Global.
It's determined country by country. So in this particular mission, we spoke with them as we began our planning with the Ontario office. Toronto Global was able to identify a couple of startups for an SNI to meet with that were in their investment pipeline. They also helped us with the meeting with JETRO, the Japanese Trade Association as well. So they didn't actively participate, they supported us on this mission. Generally what we try to do to make sure we aren't duplicating efforts. So we know that they have countries that they focus on and events they will be at, and we determine whether Brampton's position would be augmented by us being there too, or if we can just leave that to Toronto Global. For Japan, because of the importance to our FDI strategy, we asked them to support us.
No, and that's fantastic, Claire. I'm just, and I think it just reinforces the message that sometimes when we do question the relationship with Toronto Global, understandably, because of the KPIs or presumed, but in this case, it just shows what an important resource it is, and the fact that we're at the table and we're making these connections and we're speaking to people, so that always helps us move sort of the bar when it comes to attracting investment in businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no further speakers. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the presentation. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. And Claire, arigato gozaimasu. Okay, so next we move on to item 8.2.1, a staff report regarding FDI 2020 year-end review and 2021 strategy. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? I have Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Claire, thank you for the very detailed write-up on what the investment strategy was, where you went, what you did when you were there. We've always asked for these things to come back to us at some point, and so I'm happy to see this. Good job. I see that you've got your plan for 2021 in place, and no issues with that at all. You're a very experienced individual when it comes to making these trips, and it's great to have you as part of this economic development team because it's going to be very successful. I'm happy to move the report, but I would just like one amendment, and that is that we remove item number 3, recommendation number 3. Council always approves the agenda, the trips, your strategy. So I don't understand quite why, if you find something that another trip that is really worthy of taking, and I have every confidence that you will, why that would be approved by the CAO. That should just come back to Committee of Council during the Economic Development section under Councillor Vicente for a quick approval from Council for us for that. So happy to move it, but strike out number 3.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Any comments from staff? No? Okay, so we have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the report recommendations 1, 2, and 4. Can we have a recorded vote?
Members of committee, a recorded vote's been requested. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Chair Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Willens. Sorry, Councillor Willens has left for other municipal business. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon. I'll come back to Councillor Dillon. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon. Mr. Chair, Councillor Dillon is present, but he has not indicated his vote. So at this point, I will mark him as absent. I don't know if he's physically at his computer. So, Mr. Chair, that motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So next committee will go on to item 8.2.4, a staff report regarding the 2021 Marquee Festivals and Events Funding. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? I see Councillor Bowman has left because he declared a conflict. I have a question from Councillor Santos. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick question to staff. There's still going to be a lot of uncertainty, I think, in 2021 with respect to events and festivals. Perhaps on number 6, if you could just speak to the level of flexibility to ensure that the events, the marquee festivals and events that are coming forward next year will be able to pivot and or deliver, etc. I just want to make sure we don't have too much red tape and loops and various things that they need to go through, given the still uncertain circumstances coming up next year.
Thanks, Councillor. It's Jason through the chair. There's a number, just so for Council's awareness, we've the tourism staff have consulted with each of the groups that just to see how last year went, get their considerations for what would be coming forward today. And by and large, we have added a little bit of flexibility in a number of things, including with respect to in-kind donations, not including volunteer hours that may be included in the event budget. We've also allowed new eligible expenses for up to $5,000 for staff wages and accounting and legal fees associated with the festivals. And so we've done a number of things that I think make it more flexible for the groups, and I'd say by and large they've largely been pleased with those changes. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of committee, I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to approve the report recommendations. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. So we have no other new business or correspondence. So next item is item 8.5, Councillor question period. Do any members have any questions with regarding the economic development and culture section? Please use the chat function. Seeing none, we'll move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, have we received any questions from members of the public with regards to any section covered so far today?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Very good. So we'll move on then to the corporate services section, which will be chaired by Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. And moving on to the corporate services section, 9.2.1 was added in consent, 9.2.32 was added in consent, 9.2.3 is in consent, and 9.2.4 was dealt with. Moving on to 9.2.5, staff report purchasing activity quarterly report, third quarter 2020. Do any members have any questions? Yes, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Always have a couple of questions on the quarterly purchasing report. So we've got, I just wanted to know for item number 10, it was the security office and the cash desk relocation. We had a budget for 600 grand for that. So I'm just trying to understand what was done in the office that would cost us $600,000 to move those around.
Oh, hi, Councillor Bowman, through the chair. It's I can get you a detailed scope of work on that if you'd like. It looked like there was a lift involved, which would have taken up quite a bit of that budget. But if you'd like, I can report back to council on that separately in quick email, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's perfect, Jane. Thanks. And so some of these other questions, you might be on the hook for these too, Jane. Sorry.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, number 24, soil replacement at 24 Rutherford, 357 grand. Well, that's expensive soil.
Sorry, which number was that again? Sorry, Councillor.
24.
Oh, there it is, 24. Yeah. Rutherford Road. Yes. So that would have been in relation to our fire station there, I believe. So yeah, that's what. Well, a lot of times what happens is that when you find some soil that you know, I'm not quite sure if it was contaminated or if it was just not suitable to stay. It's you have to remove it, and then you also have to take it to a certain place as well. You can't just dump it anywhere, and you probably can't just lose it on the site. So that's probably a lot of the cost associated with that, because it's sort of double moving, if you will. You've got to move it out of the way on your site, and then you have to take it away to a site, a dump site that will accept it for you. And a lot of times that's the cost.
Okay, and that would have been an independent tender, correct?
Yes, it looks like it's a separate tender. Yes, it was. I think it was. Sorry, number 24. It was a competitive tender too, so that would have gone out to be publicly tendered.
All right. One last one for you, I think, Jane.
Sure.
Consultant to provide a peer review for our streetlights, $461,000.
Which number is that, Councillor?
54.
54. Yeah, so sometimes we have peer reviews associated with some specialty projects. So we have a lot when we, for instance, we do it a lot with structural as well. So when we have these projects that are very specialized in terms of either structural, mechanical, or electrical, we do have somebody separately that does a peer review in terms of just making sure that it's meeting all the latest codes. I think this one, I'm not quite sure how long it was for. This one looks like it had an extension to it. There was probably more projects for them to review than initially tendered. It's just I'm not quite sure how long that or how many projects that extension was, that contract was for. But again, I can get more details on that if you'd like.
Thank you very much, Jane. The next one is for, I guess, our IT people. Number 40, and it looks like number 29 are both PeopleSoft upgrades. And one of them is for $7.5 million. Now, is PeopleSoft, is that the only software that we can use? Is there other software out there? Is this, I guess, it's the only one, if we're using it, are these licenses for $7.5 million?
This is Commissioner Davidson speaking. To the chair, the software that we're currently using, PeopleSoft, is software that we bought a number of years ago that we've made significant modifications to with our personalization, so that it is the software that we're using for both our financial as well as our HR systems to the back ends. So yes, it's primarily for software.
Okay, and we also had number 29, which is a $750,000 upgrade to PeopleSoft.
What happens is that on a yearly basis, approximately, there's upgrades to the actual software. We've managed to stave off and not do those upgrades for a number of years, but it's still piles up every year that you don't do them. You're still going to have to upgrade that system at some point of time. So we're at the point of time where we can't make any other further changes to the system going forward. And that's why we have to do that upgrade as soon as possible.
Okay, so do we plan on maintaining and keeping PeopleSoft for the near future, or are we looking at anything that might be more upgradable on their own?
Yeah, the upgradable functionality is based on how much you change their package. The more changes you make to their package, then the less ability you have to actually go ahead and use the product. So at a certain point of time, I think we'll be seeing over the next 2 years a review to actually look at anything other systems besides the ERP systems.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Michael, whether you're the same person to speak to the audio-visual contracts. There's two of them, 44 and 45, and they add up to a total of $700,000. Is that for broadcasting our council meetings?
I'd have to pass that over to our CIO to ask him. I don't know that right off my head. at this point in time. I can get back to you, though.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that. And finally, we've got executive searches, $175,000 under item 43. And then again, under item 78, same company, we've got another $175,000 contract. Why would we have two different contracts for the exact same amount?
I'm going to have to refer that to the CIO, and I don't have the answer right in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. If I could get those answers, I'd really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in relation to item 53, the stormwater management financing study, can I get an explanation as to a little bit more of a detail as to what that is? As everybody knows, I hate putting money into our stormwater system.
Hi, Councillor Pelletier, it's Jane. Yes, this was a consultant that helped us set up the stormwater user charge. So how it would be rolled out, how we would work with the region, how we would manage it internally.
Okay, so managing internally, I didn't have a problem with it. I think we've done a great job. As for rolling it out, if that's what the way they suggested, then maybe they can give us some money back.
Well, I'm sorry. I think it's I don't think I'm explaining it very well. But basically, the consultant they helped us set it up. I mean, it was a complicated process to set up the stormwater rate charge. So they were assisting us with some of the expertise they have and some of the benchmarking we have from some of the other municipalities to make sure it was as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, no, and I understand, and I think it's most of the complaints that I'm getting from the farming communities. It really relates to the way the region bills out the charge, and I think that's what I would have seen the benefit on a company like this being able to understand, kind of see those issues before they came back to to the councillors' email box to try and mitigate through. It seems to be it's continuing. We still have the issues as more and more farmers are opening up their bills. So we only can work with them as one-offs, unfortunately, because that's the way the billing system with the region is how it's handled, right?
All right.
Number 2, the Brampton Valleys Park Renaturalization Planting Program, Phase 16, for $794,000. Renaturalizing to me is kind of letting the area grow, and I find that any areas that we have, and I've had a few in my ward since I've been a councillor, that we've determined that we're going to renaturalize sections of these areas. And what I'm finding is they're taken over by invasive species. So when I see a dollar amount like this for a program, I kind of have to ask more detail in terms of what this program is.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Boyce speaking to Councillor Pelletier's question. So naturalization intuitively speaks to sort of letting vegetation grow, but there is some planting and installation of plant materials, shrubs, and trees that happen. So I did get a list of locations. So for instance, Camden Park East would be one where, yes, some of the naturalization would occur naturally, but the Forestry and Parks Division has to go in and use plant materials, shrubs, and trees to make sure that it's done appropriately. So that number is not just letting things grow, it's actually the plant material and installation of some of the shrubs and trees necessary to allow naturalization to occur in some areas.
So, and thank you, Derek. I think I understand that portion of it. A little bit of echo. Thanks, Derek. And I understand that, you know, some of the growth that we're planting is probably, it's not, you know, it's not cheap. I'm okay with that. I guess maybe what I'm trying to figure out is, you know, there's so many programs out there through TRCA, CVC, schools trying to, you know, encourage youth or anybody in the community to come out and help. And so what I'd like to see in programs like this in the future, that, you know, we do touch base with the schools in the area, the conservation authorities, you know, the SNAP program through TRCA and CVC, and the community to see if we can get some of the volunteers out to help us through this, as well as, you know, the CVC currently has up in Caledon, their whole area where I've been to a few times, where they're growing plants to be renaturalized for the SNAP program and for programs like this. So maybe there's a benefit to using them and continuing that conversation around programs like this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Palacio. Yes, I'll touch base with Acting Director Ed Fagan to understand what our current efforts are in terms of partnerships and collaborations, and I send a brief note to all of Council just outlining that, and in terms of some more specifics around. I note that this is phase 16 of this program, so I guess it's been going on for a while, so I will get some more details and send that to Council.
Okay, thank you. And my last question in relation to environmental assessments, we're talking about, there's a few on here, but the one I'm talking about in particular, the Heart Lake Road one, sorry, I don't have the number. I just had it in front of me. But is that that environmental assessment for Heart Lake Road and Countryside, is that money's eventually going to be paid by the developer of that parcel of property, or is that paid out of development charges?
Through the chair, I think there was, you're right, Councillor. I'm trying to remember too. I know it was, there was a developer there who.
So number 9.
Yeah, number 9. Yeah, I'm going to misspeak, so I will go back and check because I was thinking that I know there was some sort of discussion that we had with the developer where we would have to do the EA, and I thought that they were going to reimburse us for that study because they are not allowed to do it for some reason. But let me get the details and I'll report back on that.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Jane. That was all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Mayor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Bowman asked some interesting questions, and one of them I just wanted to get a broader understanding around. It was in regards to the $7.5 million software contract extension, and so I guess my first question is, how long is the period? Is that an annual cost or is that a 10-year cost? And because it's a renewal, was it believed that there was no competition for that software?
Commissioner Davidson speaking. I'm just going to pass this message over to the CIO as he has more details on this. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. The initial 600,000 is for 5 years for all Oracle products, and the 1.4 million is for 3 years. And yes, you're right. These are limited tenders because there is no competition.
Okay, can we go to that spot? I thought it said 7.5 million. Can we go to that?
Charlotte, I believe it's number 40.
Yeah.
40 or 29. It must be number 40.
There it
is. Yeah, 7.4 million. So the annual cost is 1.4. How long is that? Can you just explain that to me?
I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I didn't understand the question.
It says 7.4 million. What is the period for that cost?
That was for 5 years.
Okay, so how much is it? Is it 1.4 million a year?
Correct.
Okay, and what are the uses of this?
This varies. This is a whole suite of products. I can give you a list of the various licenses and products that we purchased through Oracle.
Actually,
yeah.
Sorry, it's Councilor, it's Commissioner Davidson speaking. The Oracle is for the database backends to the various systems, as well as any other systems that we have in place from Oracle Software Corporation.
And how long has the city of Brampton been using Oracle?
I would have to refer this back to the CIO.
At least 5 years. I have to get back to you the exact number, Mr. Mayor, but for at least 5 years.
And there's no other software companies that compete in this space?
Yes, there are. Through the chair, yes, there are, Mayor.
So why couldn't there be competition for this renewal, this contract extension?
There could be. The unfortunate thing, though, is that when we originally put this in a number of years ago, modifications were done to the system to allow it to run to the specifications set up by the City of Brampton. Those modifications would have to be put in to any other new software package, or we would have problems just running any package software off the shelf. So that's why it limits us from changing the software package, and it's probably one of the more harder things to do for the IT group.
Has this has this contract extension already been awarded?
I would have to refer that over to the purchasing people within our group, and I believe that they're on the line.
Through the chair, this is Gina, and yes, that has already been completed.
For 5 years?
Correct.
Yeah, I would have preferred if we could have had a competition on this, or at least a background understanding of why with our system, the way our system's set up, that it wasn't applicable. And so I'm going to ask if we could get a briefing note on this sent to all of council, so we can get a better understanding of this. Maybe there is a reasonable explanation, but it gives me concern anytime there's a contract extension without competition, if there is indeed competition in that space. Is that something that can be arranged? Can we get this done as soon as possible?
Yeah, it would probably take a week or two to at least put together that report. If that is good enough for council, then we could attempt to work on that in that period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Councilor Pleshy has one additional question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Jane answered that question, but I guess in relation to the questions that the mayor was asking, so I think it was this term, or maybe it was last term, that council requested, and somebody's going to have to refresh my memory on this, but council requested that all tenders that are in the area of a certain amount, a dollar figure, come to council prior to approval. Can somebody walk me through this? I don't recall this Oracle contract extension coming to council. And what was that dollar figure?
Commissioner, the contract was actually brought up, I believe, before I was currently at the organization. I will have to refer this to the purchasing group to see if they have that information at this present time, or we can write a report for you. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me.
Sorry, through the chair, I can answer that, Michael. It's Diane from purchasing. You're right, Councillor Pleshy. We did bring a report forward, I believe it was about a year ago, in regards to begin procurement reports. So right now, council's involvement when it comes to procurement is at the start or the initiation of the procurement. And in accordance with the bylaw, that's for procurement contracts that are greater than $1 million. In this case, the Oracle contract has been in existence, just quickly looking at my records, from 2014. And the CIO will provide further information on that. So the contract renewal or extension is not the initiation of a procurement. It's a continuation of a procurement. And that's why council wasn't made aware of it.
Okay, so I think now now I fully understand. So now, based on the mayor's comments that councillors have made, unfortunately, I think this is a little bit of a loophole when we're talking about extensions. So, Mr. Fay, what I would like to do is I'd like to, I guess I can't amend that motion, but I guess put a further motion to that that states that it also includes contract extensions be brought forward to council for information. But I don't think, and maybe I can lean on my fellow councillors to to comment on what that amount should be, because I almost think it should be less than $1 million. It should almost be going to maybe closer to $500,000, or I don't see any councillors in the chat box, so maybe I'll throw out the 500,000 number and see what my colleagues think about that. Also, I would love to hear your comments, Mr. Chair.
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll just provide an introductory comment, and I see the Director of Purchasing, Gina, would like to speak. She just chatted to me privately, so I'll just start by saying that perhaps this is a request for a report back in terms of how to implement this, and that'll be a decision that council will have to make, because I don't know if this would require an amendment to the purchasing bylaw. It may, to entrench that type of process that council wants to put in place, or it may just be a policy change. So the report back would address that in terms of how to make that happen, if this is the wish of committee and council. And Mr. Chair, so Gina has requested to speak, who's the Director of Purchasing.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, the purchasing staff really acknowledges that there are opportunities for improvement on our processes and on contract extensions, renewals, and etc., to ensure that there's transparency and a fair process that is being implemented. So we are putting this in our goal for next year to review our processes and recommend improvements for the council's approval.
And thank you for that. And I don't think any councillors are saying that, it's an easy way out for any contract extensions. But I think that, how do I justify to to the taxpayers about an extension, in this case, $1.4 million, that's a lot of money. And when we're saving 800,000 on not doing an extension for something else. So it goes back to, competition. Sometimes if we include extensions in the tender, I understand that the companies look at that and like to see something like that to try and get the prices down in the beginning of the how many ever years are awarded to that particular tender. So I think, we've talked about in the past how we don't want contracts to be chopped up. If it's a 4-year and costing over $1 million, chopping it up to multi-year to get it under that level. I think, you know, what we're looking for is just a better opportunity to understand some of these contracts and the awarding of and the extensions thereafter. So I think I'm still okay with 500,000. I still don't see any other members on the board, but putting this motion forward, I'm happy to, if we need to open up the purchasing bylaw, then Mr. Clerk, I think that requires 2/3, because if that purchasing bylaw was implemented this term of council, and I'm happy to move that as well to open that up and move this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Medeiros?
Yeah, through the chair, I support you, Councilor Palashi. Thank you for raising this and bringing this to our attention. And, you know, what's important, and you touched upon something, contract splitting. And, you know, that's something that I know sometimes when we're dealing with larger contracts, for one reason or another, staff might feel that it's better to basically get several other companies to do the work instead of one big company and so on. So there's pros and cons, but certainly, you know, I hope that it's never in a way which it's to not come to council and undermine sort of the economies of scale that you get on a larger contract, because, you know, that's exactly the sort of idea on a larger contract where there's true competitiveness. We're going to get better savings and better value for our residents. So I'm happy to sort of, I know that you don't need a seconder, but I'm just really happy to support this. I'm happy to second it, even though we don't need it. But thank you very much for bringing this forward, Councillor Palashi.
Okay, Councillor Williams? Oh, wait,
thank you. Through the
great. Okay, we'll Peter will add the update after Councillor Williams. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Oh, thank you through you, Chair. To staff, have we actually ever had as a council, and I'm sure council can mention this, answer this, but have we ever actually done a workshop or anything regarding purchasing and procurement? Because it just seems like whenever a report like this comes forward, we are always questioning these bids and wanting to have a better look at, and I feel like we've done this a few times. So if we haven't done any overview or a look at the purchasing bylaw in depth as a council, maybe a part of this is doing a workshop or some opportunity for us to really kind of study this, because I think they're just, as with the other conversation we had, our systems need to have more eyes. We just need to have a better look at this, because residents are going to ask us the questions, why didn't you do this? Or when you have so many different processes, you lose money in the process and things fall through the cracks. So we should be looking at all of these different systems and perfecting it and seeing what areas that can be either removed or added or whatever may have you. But yeah, I just wonder if we could just have that conversation if we are going to look at opening the purchasing bylaw, maybe getting all of us to really study it, scrutinize it, and have a good sense and understanding of what the process is and looks like.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. And here, I think staff want to speak.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Sorry,
thank you, Peter. Just wanted to respond to Councillor Bowman's question regarding items number 43 and 78. So for clarification, 4 years ago, we had done an RFP for executive search companies, and the vendor was, 3 vendors were selected to provide services to the city. And the contract was for a 3-year term. So the RFP was done in November of 2016. And since that time, we have required to add more monies to use the expenses for executive recruitment. So number 43 is about that extension, because the contract is ending or has ended. And the second, which is number 78, which we're asking, instead of going back for another RFP, that we renew the contract for the 3 firms that were selected through the competitive process first time.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Point of order to the chair. I did ask a question on whether or not we've had any workshops done to look at this and if this is something we can implement in this motion if we are going to look to open the purchasing bylaw. Somebody can answer whether we've done it before. If not, then I would like to add it as a friendly if possible. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. David here. So I can certainly speak to next steps. It's something that we've been discussing as staff, and currently procurement and legal staff are having discussions about preparations of a possible workshop. So Councillor Williams, your commentary is bang on, and we will be prepared to have the workshop early in the new year. With respect to any historical workshop on the purchasing bylaw, maybe I'll leave that to the clerk. I know there was some revisions of the last term due to an ombudsman's report and recommendations therein, but for this term, Peter, if you can confirm if there's one been done yet or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think there has been any specific amendments done to the purchasing bylaw. If so, this year they were just more housekeeping. There was probably at the start of this term a bit of an introduction to the purchasing system at the City of Brampton as part of orientation for members of council, but it was probably a very a high-level review. And we'll work, the clerk's office will work with the CAO's office and purchasing to schedule a workshop early in the new year, as the CAO had mentioned.
Okay, great. Thank you, through the chair. If it's already in the works to be done, I'm fine with not having it as an amendment to the motion. But thank you for answering that. It's much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Fortini?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to support Councillor Peleshi's motion. I remember at the beginning of last term, from 200,000, it went up to $1 million, and maybe we could bring it back down to 200,000. And I think Councillor Peleshi, a lot younger than me, could fresh my memory if I'm right or wrong. We did it also at the region. We dropped it down to 200,000. Unless there was an emergency, the chair, vice chair have to sign off on it. So maybe we could bring it down to 200,000 if he's willing to do that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, Councillor Fortini, just to be clear, you said 200,000, you want to see an amendment?
That's if Councillor Peleshi is accepted. We did it at the region. We dropped it down, and unless there's an emergency and they have to spend the money, then they get the chair and vice chair to sign it off right away with the chair. The CEO, and I remember at the beginning of last term, it was 200,000, then they got raised to $1 million, and there was some questions asked. So, if he's willing to bring it to 200,000, that would be even better.
Yeah. So I'll just ask Councillor Peleshi, do you accept that amendment? Councillor Peleshi?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was replying in the chat. Yeah, I'm okay with adding, putting it to 200,000 for contract extensions.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Just in response to the answer I did get on number 43 and 78, the executive searches, I was more inquiring, their extensions of contracts to the exact same company for the exact same amount, both of them, 175,000 and 175,000. So as the mayor is aptly putting it, are we just doing a contract extension here, or should we be going out to tender for these?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bowman. I think you raise a good question. So the original contract was only for 175. We did realize through practice that the amount had to be increased. So the reason for the exact same duplication is because for a different amount, we would have to reconsider the contract rather than just renewing to the original terms, which was for the 3 organizations or 3 vendors. So we're happy to take it back and through the review that we're doing internally to see if this needs to go back for competitive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I also have a friendly, can we, if you're okay, Councillor Peleshi, just for wordsmithing, can we add future contract extensions and renewals?
Sorry, I want to answer, but I want to read that. You cut out a little bit.
Sorry, I said just adding and changing the wording from future contract extensions to future contract extensions and renewals.
Okay, I'm okay with that, Mr. Chair, but also just based on what Councillor Bowman's questioning, I'm almost thinking that we should add a clause in there to say that if the contract is of equal or greater value, the extension of the contract is of equal or greater value, then that also should, because I understand the questions, I understand the answer as well, but I think that it would also just shed a little bit more light on that if we can incorporate into, or if the contract is of equal or greater value. The extension of the contract is of equal or greater value. And I don't want that to mean now that if the original contract is 200,000, the extension is 190,000. That doesn't mean you bring it back to us. I'm trying to incorporate any of the surrounding dollar amounts to what the original contract was. Does everybody understand that?
Does that just cancel out what I added though? Because that's a renewal essentially, no?
No.
Okay.
No, you're saying extensions and renewals.
Yeah.
But I'm now saying if the extension of the contract is of equal or greater value than the original contract,
okay,
then that also to be come back to council for information.
Okay, we'll take a vote on this, seeing no other members.
And then if we can just add, sorry, Mr. Chair, you're down to prior to contract extension and renewal and execution. I think the renewal needs to be in there as well. Perfect. Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you to the clerk. Seeing no other, oh wait, Councillor Bertini.
I understand what Councillor Palesh is saying. That makes a lot of sense. But this goes also for new contracts also, am I correct? Any new contracts or extensions?
If that's a question to me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think because of the discussion that we had last time, I remember and I recall what you're saying, and the reasoning we moved it to where it was at that time. If we moved it any lower, then there was going to be, it increased dramatically the amount of reports that were going to be coming to us. So I think maybe we can have a further conversation on what reducing the ultimate $1 million looks like. But I think, this is the step in that right direction currently with the extensions and renewals. But I would have to then ask, if we wanted to reduce that number, I'd have to ask staff to provide, what those numbers, the amount of contracts means in terms of how many, if we reduce the number.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Through the Chair, you're absolutely correct. I remember it was 50,000 and they had brought it to 2, and then all of a sudden it was now brought to 1 million to avoid paperwork. But the paperwork was mainly, I think, from the 50,000 to 200,000, if I'm not mistaken. But I understand what you're saying about the greater value. If the contract's 200,000 and they want to extend at 195, they don't have to come to us. But I'm looking at new contracts. Anything that comes new, they should have a report coming to us and to council. Not at 1 million. We did it at the region. I think we dropped it from 1 million. We dropped it to 200,000. Any contracts, new or renewal. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So seeing that there are no other speakers and we have a motion on the floor, just procedurally, clerk, I can take receipt and approve the motion in one motion?
Yes, you can, Mr. Chair. They're not contrary.
Okay. And I've seen a recorded vote's been requested. So I'll ask Peter if you could start that.
Recorded vote's been requested. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
I believe Councillor Willens is still absent. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini,
Yes.
Councillor Singh,
Yes.
sorry, Chair Singh, my apologies, Councillor Dillon,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously 10-0 with one absence.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, 9.2.6 was in consent. 9.2.7 was in consent. 9.2.8 was in consent. 9.2.9 was deleted. And moving on to other and new business at the request of Councilor Medeiros, 9.3.1, which is about staff access to in-camera material.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. And Clerk, if just correct me if I'm wrong. So my understanding when we started adding the Chief of Staff to in-camera discussions, previously to last term of council, that is something that we did at the beginning. And then it was removed. And then in this term of council, we added the Chief of Staff. And what I do find that it's productive in ensuring that there's sort of implementation and staff are aware of discussion. But what I do find, which is not of equal value, is that myself don't benefit from my assistant not being in on conversations I find important or on items that I'm working on that have impact in my area, because then it's almost like broken telephone on terms of some of the information, who said what staff person to follow up with. And I just don't find that there's equity. And what I would like, for staff to come back, and I'll open it up to some of my colleagues if they want to discuss, is the same sort of opportunity or the same sort of consideration that we're putting on to the mayor to have his staff person, that we get also the same opportunity to have the same benefit. In terms of statute, yes, the mayor has a different function. In practicality, it's the same vote that I have. And I would be also on, and again, I'm not saying that we can sort of look at discretion. We can look at what related items are of importance to an individual councillor where it makes sense for them to bring it. But I just find that's always a tough component. At the region, for example, if I'm not mistaken, we don't allow any chiefs of staff to be in camera discussion. And I do understand the more people we bring in, more challenges we have. But I just wanted to put out there for councillors' consideration, because I do believe that there is benefit to have at least one staff person that could also listen in, understand, follow items which are important to the respective councillor. So I'll put it out there to see if there's any sort of reaction from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Councilor Medeiros. I think it would be beneficial, particularly I can speak for my office. It's been a little bit difficult to navigate and maneuver information that's not enclosed. And before last term of council, closed session was, so it's been an evolving, I guess, kind of thing. If you look at it before last term of council, I guess 2010 to 2014, there was anybody was allowed in there, and there was really no protocol. Then the last term of council, I think Councillor Gibson had moved that we all, so nobody's allowed unless they're required. It could only be senior level staff. He also removed the use of, I believe, devices and cell phones. And then this term, we opened it up for the chief of staff for the mayor, and then we also re-allowed cell phones again. So, it's been an evolving type of thing for closed sessions. But I would agree with Councilor Medeiros. It would help us. I can speak for myself. Just in terms of a work standpoint, and my assistant, executive assistant, who deals with a lot of issues and handling a lot of things just for their information. There's no, I understand there's the confidentiality of some things, but everybody's here, everybody's one vote, and we're all here to make the best decisions and informed decisions. We do have our assistants as advisors as well. So I would support Councilor Medeiros' motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Fortini?
Thank you through the chair. And yeah, Councilor Dillon brought some good points. I was going to say the same thing. What I find challenging is with our assistant is a lot of times they don't want to touch anything because they're very worried. So I'm going to support this because I believe a lot of stuff, the in-camera stuff, I know it's confidential, it's private, but at the end they swore on an oath, just like us. And if they have to act on it and send it somewhere or do something and help us out, just like the mayor's chief of staff, that would be very beneficial to all of us. So I'm going to support it. I know last term, like Councilor Dillon said, they removed the phones and devices, and we were like really under key. I think this council's proven that we're very mature. Last term, there was a lot of stuff in camera leaked out. This term has been very great. Council's been very loyal, so I don't see why not support it, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pelletier?
Hey, Mr. Chair. So I think I understand what the intention is here, and I think I'm okay with it. But I guess everybody has to recall last term when, and I'm not going to get into it too much because it is in camera, but there were, well, everybody knows what I think I'm trying to say. I don't know what I can say in public. That relates to, any types of leaks or anything like that. So I guess from my understanding, with respect to our staff having access to in-camera items, so I know that I'm okay with that. But I think if because there's different levels in terms of staff, like I may hire, I could potentially hire a summer student or something to the effect. So what I'd like to see maybe if there's a motion, I don't know if there's a motion or I think Councilor Medeiros is just saying that our assistants, but maybe can I just amend it, Councilor Medeiros, if I can just say it, if it just says executive assistants, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, and I guess thank you very much, Councilor Pelletier. Not to jump in, I would accept that, and I'm fine with staff reporting back with considerations. But there could be a model where a councillor would have to identify who the staff person is, and in this case, if you want to say specifically executive assistant, that's fine, and it could only be to related items. And it has to be declared before the meeting or shared with the clerk. I don't know, whatever controls you want to put on it, I'm fine with. Maybe if Peter can have some consideration and give and send it back to us. So I'm fine with that as well.
Okay, Councilor Pelletier, are you good?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Medeiros, did you have anything else to add, or before I pass it on to the clerk?
No, and I guess, yeah, so I'm moving officially a report back by staff just to any considerations or ways that we could operate it to ensure that we protect the integrity of in-camera. I think all's been said. Our assistants swear an oath to us. We also want to have the opportunity to have our assistants be in the loop on conversations, and I'm not sure every councillor would even want that. So, but it just gives a discretion to each councillor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do see that Mayor's on the board to speak, and Councillor Dillon, but if you wish, I can just provide a few introductory comments.
Yeah, I think it's good before I pass it on to Councillor.
So, thank you, and thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for raising the issue. So I just wish to refresh committee members' memory on this, and Councillor Dillon and Councillor Pelletier raised a few points in terms of what occurred last term. And yes, the pendulum has swung somewhat. It was a more restrictive regime that the last term of council did put in place with respect to closed session business and access, both for security and confidentiality of the materials that are before council. This term of council, there's been a somewhat reducing of some of those restrictions, as mentioned, in terms of use of phones in closed session. There was a clear council resolution at the start of this term to allow the mayor's chief of staff to participate in closed session, and so that's why the mayor's chief of staff does participate. There are 22 individuals today that receive closed session material and by default closed session access. The 11 members of council, the 8 members of the senior executive team, the city clerk, myself, Charlotte, the deputy city clerk, and the mayor's chief of staff, in addition to the city solicitor. So those are the only individuals that receive closed session today. I will report back, if that's the will of committee, on this. I do have concerns. I will share them with you in terms of expanding the scope of who has access either to participate in a closed session or to receive closed session documents. And it's not for willful release of any information. It's the inadvertent release of information that concerns me, because there's a lot of information that is flowing out there. There is a lot of sensitive information. But I will report back in terms of, Councillor Medeiros has raised a few good points about how controls can be put in place, and I will provide those back to council for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you to the clerk. Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple more points. I think what we can do is, if this passes, I prefer to have one. I have 2 full-time staff, and I would like to designate just the executive assistant only. So if we're looking at just designating one assistant only who has access and privilege to this content. And I don't remember when an oath was signed that Councilor Fortini was mentioning, but perhaps there could be some type of workshop for these individuals if this does pass, and that they're able to access this information, just to let them know the sensitivity and the confidentiality involved and any potential risks. But saying that, just say this one more time, that it has evolved, and I think we're not going back to 2010 when anybody and everybody was allowed. It's just a slight modification, and I think it's a helpful modification if this does go through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think it's a reasonable request. Councillor executive assistants prepare the councillors with research. They prepare questions, look into staff reports, and I think it equips well councillors for council and committee, and I think that same service would be helpful. I know I get that service, and I think if councillors have it, it's only equitable. And as has been said before, they take an oath, and I think we have some really solid staff with integrity and dedication to the city of Brampton, working on the 5th floor, and I know it will only strengthen our decision-making process. And you look at the work, and not to single out one person, but you look at the work that Ingrid does for Councillor Fortini, or Rupinder does for Councillor Bowman. It's invaluable, and I think across the board the councillor assistants can be trusted, because their character suggests that they're 100% behind serving the city of Brampton. And there might have been concerns of leaks last council, and I think, as Councillor Fortini has said, we haven't had any in these 2 years, and so I think that's the level of trust and confidence that we built with each other, and I think this is a reasonable request.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other speakers, we do have a motion on the floor. Are any members opposed? Seeing and hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 9.3.2, discussion at the request of Councilor Medeiros regarding long-term financial planning.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. I guess I know we have Mark Medeiros on. Just regarding our long-term financial plan, and if I'm not mistaken, it was produced in 2017. And there were assumptions in that long-term financial plan, which I think, we've sort of, I'm not saying that we've sort of derived a lot from it, but for example, in terms of our 0% increases and all that stuff. So can you just speak to me, how do we amend it? How do we adjust it? What do we do to ensure, because as we make these decisions, and we've talked about it during our budget, there has to be that long-term financial perspective and even sort of help us guide us towards how we identify buckets where we want to sort of put some investment in, where we're going to have to come with our contribution. So if you can provide any comments on that, the treasurer or whomever would like to speak to that.
Through the chair, it's Mark Medeiros here. I would say the plan is a high level plan, but it did provide us with some very, very good information. It allowed us to focus on it directed us to focus on our non-res versus res split. So we're monitoring that closely now. It's one of the items on our dashboard. It did provide a taxation forecast, which we're aware of, which is, in the 4 to 5% range. It didn't really forecast the explosive revenue growth we experienced in 17 and 18. And a lot of that, was a lot of the reasons why we were able to achieve zero. So we've kind of outpaced the efficiencies that were in the long-term plan from an operating side. However, it also didn't predict the drop in assessment growth. So we're at the point now where, going forward, the plan of 4 to 5% that was in that long-term plan is a realistic scenario going forward. Having said that, we do need to update it. So, the idea is that we should be doing an update to our long-term plan every 4 to 5 years. So we were actually, at the beginning of this year, thinking about putting a budget in to do this for 2021. But then, with COVID, we thought it would probably be best to hold off and start it in 2021 to be done in 2022. In terms of the capital side, it really identified a lot of the major projects like LRT. It gave us guidance in terms of how we should be managing our reserves versus our debt financing. And we took a lot of learning from that information, and it kind of drives how we manage and provide advice to council. So, the document itself has been extremely helpful. I think it does need to be updated, especially in terms of COVID and now that we have tightened our belts. It might be useful to do that now.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Mark. And I do appreciate that a lot of special circumstances, COVID, etc. I just think that the long-term financial plan is something that not only it provides that internal guidance, but also sort of lets our residents know, because a lot of the concerns I always hear regarding the 0 and 0 and 0, and I've expressed those concerns as many of my colleagues, is what's going to happen in the future? What's going to happen with the change of scenario? Maybe some of us might not be around here anymore, knock on wood, but hopefully on to better things. But we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I'd like to move direction and hopefully this gives you enough time, Mark, by the end of 2021, that we get an updated draft come back to council. And so I'd like to officially move it, and you can come back if there's any costs associated and so on. Do you think that's realistic, Mark?
Through the chair, I think the challenge is going through the procurement process. So, it typically takes anywhere from 3 to 6 months, and the last long-term financial master plan took about just over a year for the actual vendor to deliver the work. So end of 21 to have a draft, I think might be a bit aggressive, but we can use it as a goal, and then if we can get through the purchasing process quick, we will need funding. So we'll probably need, I would say, in the range of approximately $200,000 to $300,000 in capital funding. We'll have to look at providing an estimate for that.
Yeah, and that's perfect, Mark. If you can you know, the idea, the goal is to do something before 2021. But again, at least if you report back to council and explain why we can't or what are some of the sort of considerations, it just helps us know that there is a plan to come back to us. And if it comes back in 2022, you know, I myself am not fussed. I just want to make sure that that work is going to happen and that we have something to communicate to residents, that these zeros that we're doing, we're not compromising the future going forward. We just want to ensure that there's a roadmap and it's something that we can communicate, and it's something internally that we can sort of use that as guiding principles.
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, absolutely, we can do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Do any other members have any questions, or I will call the vote? Seeing and hearing none, are any members opposed to this motion? Seeing and hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 9.4 correspondence. Seeing none, 9.5 councillor question period. Seeing and hearing none, to the clerk, was there any questions from the public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will pass on the chair to the Public Works section, chaired by Councillor Bissant.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Members of committee, we're now moving on to the Public Works and Engineering section, and we have item 10.2.8, a staff report regarding parking-related concerns on Bramwin Court in Ward 8 and Conservation Drive in Ward 2. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? I believe I have Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm constantly in communication with the area residents. They did receive the survey. They were talking to me through the whole process of the survey. A lot of the complaints that came out of the survey wasn't listed. All options they found weren't listed, and I think the main option they were looking for is the no parking permission on both sides of the street. So one of the concerns out of the street is the amount of people that come there and they park their cars to access Heart Lake Conservation Area by not having to go through the front gates and pay such a small amount of monies to access the conservation and reliable monies that the conservation looks to keep up maintenance and everything of the conservation. But they try to do the back door in terms of there's two areas of the conservation on this street alone that permits walk-in pedestrian traffic to access the conservation. So they drive there, they park their cars, they go walk into the conservation, enjoy the beautiful Heart Lake Conservation Area. They come back out, and then they decide to empty their car with all the garbage on the side of the road. So it's been a concern. It happens almost daily, very unfortunate. But then they take the opportunity to use Conservation Drive as kind of like a drag strip. So going against the no parking, the residents understand that if we allow parking on the road, then they find that it limits the speed that cars are using the road, which they understand. So they're caught between kind of a rock and a hard place on that side of it. But also the other big thing is because this is such a closed off area, a lot of people, and I have witnessed this, a number of people come there for the use of drugs or selling drugs as well. So Peel Police know all about it. So it's kind of it's a tough situation that we're in here. They certainly do not want to put up no parking signs on the east side of Conservation Drive. That will drive everybody to start parking on the west side, where all of the houses are located across from the conservation. So they find that they were looking for a no parking alternative, but the only alternative was given was on the east side. But they don't want everybody to come there and start parking on the west side and then putting the garbage in the ditches that, because this road is, all these houses are at septic and so there's just the ditches that they have on their side for the stormwater. So I'd like to amend to the, as of right now, or maybe, maybe another opportunity is for me to move this to council next week to find out what we can do on the interim and figure out all of these additional issues. But as of right now, the residents certainly don't want me to support no parking just on the east side. So if we can maybe, and I don't want to speak to Bramwin Court whatsoever, so maybe if I can just remove the Conservation Drive portion, refer it to council next week, and so that I can have further discussions with staff.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
I want to confirm with staff there'll be no parking on both sides on the other one, on Robin.
Through the chair, Councillor Singh, that's correct, yes.
Okay, I just want to thank staff for all the work on this. I know I go to the funeral home a lot and I know some of the issues there. So I think this will be good news from a safety standpoint as well and from a winter maintenance standpoint. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, yeah, this was a difficult one. I know that staff have been on site a few times to talk to everybody involved to try and come up with some other solution, and it just doesn't seem to have worked out. So that's why the only option at this point is to go through this this process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering if economic development staff are listening to Bramwin's concerns, because in the report it was saying that they're parking on the road because there isn't parking in their location, their business, around the business. So I'm just wondering if we can have economic development maybe comment on what they're doing to kind of support these businesses and finding any parking alternatives, because if not, then people will still end up parking on the street and they'll be dealing with tickets and so on and so forth. So just wondering if we can actually find ways to mitigate the actual driver for this issue.
Thank you for the question. Claire's here. I will look into it and let you know about this specific case. We do work with businesses, however, because this is an issue in other areas of the city as well.
Okay, great. So maybe if you can give us an update on that. There's no timeline. You can even just send an email and let us know if there's anything we can do to support. That'd be great. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Claire. Councillor Frattini.
Thank you, staff. I know on the funeral home, like Councillor Singh, we've been working on this for over 3 years, and we've been out there many times. I just find that I had a call from him last week and telling me they're paying parking on both sides. Meanwhile, I've been working on this and I know nothing about it. And then he called me back and said, no, they're doing one side. I said, as far as I know, a report's supposed to be coming back. So I'm glad it came back. I'm just shocked that I'm getting calls from him that he knows more than me after we've been having so many meetings in the last 3 years with bylaws and it's not only about the parking there. There's trailers, they leave them there with a pile of snow. It's a dead end. People can't get in and out. And it wasn't only the funeral home. There's a couple of other factories there that or businesses that when they're blocked, some of their employees can't even get out because of the pile of snow. So I'm glad this is coming in. It's 3 years in the work. I'm just a little bit shocked that I get calls from him telling me what's going on there and I don't know nothing about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
I just wanted to say I'm very glad this is finally being resolved. This has taken a long, long time, and I've, like Councillor Singh mentioned, I've been to a number of funerals. They're community funerals where I've represented the city, and it's a mess. And if a business didn't plan for adequate parking. The solution is not to illegally park on city streets. So I'm glad that this is being addressed. And I know Councillor Frattini was one of the advocates for this being addressed. And so a big relief that this is finally being dealt with. And thank you for staff for finding the tools to deal with it appropriately.
Thank you, Mayor. May I have a mover to receive the report? And are we holding the recommendations for the next meeting of council, as Councillor Pelletier, you asked for the next meeting?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think it states right there. I'm happy to move this, and then also refer. So not getting in the way of Bramwin goes ahead, but then the referral, just the way it says there, that I've moved that and then the referral. But the referral is just on Conservation Drive.
Thank you. Members of the committee, you have the motion before you. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Next, we have a question period for members of committee. Do any committee members have questions? Seeing none. Then we have public question period. Mr. Clerk, have we received any questions from members of the public regarding any part of today's section of Public Works and Engineering?
There are no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I'll pass the chair over to Councillor Santos to chair the Community Services section of the committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. We are now in the Community Services portion of the agenda. I believe the only item held was 11.2.4, which is a staff report regarding various street and park naming requests. Do any members have any questions on this particular item? Nothing on the board right now. Going once, twice, three times. I see no questions. I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the report and also,
Madam Chair?
Yep, Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, so recommendation 4 in the report is for committee's consideration in terms of providing direction regarding naming some assets for Emilio's Way and Oliviera as a new street name. So that will have to be considered by the committee. And just to point out that a request was submitted for Duncan Street or Duncan Park, and those conflicted with current policy. So in conversation with the requester, staff will be reporting back on that in, I think, January, because there is an alternative name, Norman Duncan Park, that'll be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And Councillor Williams is now on the board. Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Thank you. I can take my name off. I'm glad to hear about the resolution for Duncan and that a report will be coming back. So I'll just wait until then. Thank you.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Vicente. Anyone opposed, please say in the chat box. I see none. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next section, which is councillor question period. Do any councillors have any questions regarding this section on community services? I see no names on the board. Next section is public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions related to community services from the public?
We do not, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Referred matters list, which is published on the fourth quarter of 2020 and published quarterly on a meeting agenda. Do any members have any questions regarding the referred matters list? I see none. I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the referred matters list. Does anyone oppose? I see none. Final section here is, or not final, we're now into public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any questions that were submitted online during the duration of this meeting?
There have been none, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Moving on to closed session, I believe we do have two items for closed. 14.2, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and 14.3, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees in labor relations or employee negotiations. I have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier to move into closed session to deal with those items. Anyone opposed? No one. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, how much time would you need?
Madam Chair, 10 minutes would be appreciated.
Okay, so 10 minutes. We will meet back into closed session at the link with that sent separately. Any further instructions, Mr. Clerk?
No, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you guys there.
Proper room, whatever.
Did you say you were on that show, Counselor?
I was. In 1 year, I was on that show and the Uncle Bobby show.
I think that this discussion belongs in camera. I don't know if you want to.
Can proceed.
Thank you very much. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report, with the help from the clerk, in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report that item 14.2, open meeting exception under section 239 of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Mr. Clerk, can you summarize?
Yes, Madam Chair, that item was considered in closed session. Information was received and direction was given to staff.
Thank you very much. Item 14.3, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations. Mr. Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of committee, that item was considered in closed session. Information was received and direction was given to staff.
Thank you so much. Our last item is adjournment. Committee is scheduled to meet Wednesday, January 20th, 2021, 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to adjourn today's meeting, that the Committee of Council do now adjourn to meet again on Wednesday, January 20th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, thank you so much. Committee of Council will meet in the new year. Everyone, please stay safe, stay healthy, practice physical distancing, and wear a mask when inside public. Have a great day.
Have a great day, everybody.